誰？あ、指揮官でしたか。
Alright, there we go. Okay. I forgot that I had the microphone, like, setting from, like, the clip-on microphone from, like, the 24-hour stream. So I had to put it back to, like, the XLR microphone. Anyway, we go ahead and just change this up. This is Neuro Cloud, but I will change this up for Girls Frontline. Where is it? Oh, there it is. There we go, Girls Frontline title. Go ahead and just switch over to PFL. Just had to like collect a couple of things from. There we go. I'm still a little disappointed that, like, in Girls Frontline 2, they say Dolls Frontline. They don't say the Shoujo Sensen no more because, like, of the whole, like, trademark thing. Yeah, they can't. They have to say Dolls Frontline now. Server time reset. It resets at midnight my time. Server time reset. I can do my daily shit really quick. It's like, I literally like don't need any more combat reports, but there's nothing for me to get. Like, I'm like maxed out on like data sampling, which, by the way, I don't think they fixed this, but it is impossible to get like the max scoring for like data simulation because they programmed it so that way in order to get the max score, like in order to get the max rewards, I should say, in order to get the max rewards, you literally have to get a time of 0 seconds, which is impossible. Because, like, the max rewards start at 0 seconds, and then it goes down from there. Like, I believe for advanced training, like, it's like 200, or no, I know intermediate is like 200 for max, but because you can't have 0 seconds, that means, like, the most anyone ever gets is, like, 198, or, like, 197 or something. Yeah, like, you just literally, like, can't get anything less than 0 seconds, because that's impossible. Not without cheating, anyway. I don't eat capsules because all my girls are already at max stats. And even if they weren't, I already get so much fodder anyway that, like, I could just use those. So the capsules don't do anything for me. Capsules were used for Hawks for a bit, but, like, my Hawks are maxed out, so I don't need those. And the memory fragments only matter when you don't have, like, any of, like, the Digimon characters. But once you do, the only purpose they serve now is if you want dupes or whatever, which I already have dupes. So, like, I don't know what more I can do with them. So yeah, I'm literally just full of everything. I'm just super full. Oh, cool, got the costume. Papasha, you're in GFL too. Aren't you a cutie? It's too bad you're going to lose this little Christmas outfit. I assume times been tough in GFL too. She was just a grenader in GFL 1. That's all she was. What have I not done? Consume ammunition, calibrate. I'll get that. Battery. I'll get that eventually. And token. You don't need to do the token ones actually. You absolutely do not need to do the tokens. And in the current coalition thing, look at that. She's right here. I already have her, but if I got a dupe though, that'd be cool. If I got a dupe, that would be cool. Although she's not terribly meta anyway, but you know. Hey, it's Suomi! I fucking love, like, the ride shields that, like, Shorty has. Like, she doesn't use that, like, in-game, but it's cool. It's cool that she has it. The Hawks. And I didn't get her. HP's too high. She needs to have, like, 1,000 HP in order for me to get her. That's the second time, actually. The last time she appeared was literally during the 24-hour live stream. And I didn't get her there either. So, wow. That sucked. Oh, yeah, that was also a daily. I didn't even see that that was a daily. I finished my weekly, though. It's like, I absolutely, like, do not even need to do dailies anymore in GFL because, like, I already have, like, everything that I need. But it's like, I can't, like, not do it or whatever. There's no way for me to, like, not do it. And it's like, I can't even say this time that, like, oh, what did they add more to it? It's like, the game story is actually finished. It is 100% finished. So they said like they would add in like you know, seasonal stories and shit still. They're gonna keep the game running. But it's like they can't be that hard though. It's like once you they probably expect everyone to at least have like level 100 characters, and then like that'll be like the minimum. I doubt they're gonna add in anything like too difficult to the game at this point. Highly doubt it. Which is too bad, because I have all this bullshit that, like, I haven't really collected because I absolutely do not need them. Look at this. I could get this, which is for completing normal 1/6. It's like, the only reason, like, why, like, I don't have this is because I already did complete 1/6. I already did, but it's just that, like, you know, this mission, this whole, like, noob shit didn't exist back then. So, like, now it does exist, but, like, you know? I basically gain nothing that I need from doing the beginner quest, because this beginner quest shit didn't exist. Look at this shit. Clear night operation 1-2. You get some scopes. Now that would be a big deal normally, actually. That would actually be a big deal because, like, when you're a new player, you don't have any equipment. But here though, look at this shit. Look at all this 3-star. Look at all this 3-star bullshit. It's like, all of this would be amazing to have if you were a new player, but I am not a new player. A contract for producing this type of contract can be used to produce. So, like, that's also amazing too. That was an item that did not exist back in the day. So, like, and then they give you resources to actually make the equipment. So yeah, amazing, but totally unnecessary. What else we got over here? I don't need that. I don't fucking need that. Oh god, the free fairies. That would have been amazing to have back then. Yo, there was no free fairy shit back then. There definitely was not any free fairy shit back then. Oh no, we had to gacha the fucking fairies. They gave you like what? They didn't have that back then. Wait, they give you what? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. They gave you like 4 fucking prototype fairies. I wish we had that back then. They gave you a free fucking parachute fairy? Damn. That was like the most sought after fairy. Oh, they gave you 6? Oh. They pretty much give you like under prototype fairies just a 5. Wow, there's even more? They give you enough fairies to like fucking just max out a fairy. There's also another tier 2, but I can't look at it. But I assume it's more shit that I don't need. Oh wow, you get a fucking STG. Again, like that would be amazing to have back then, but you know. Clear 2, 3 emergency, you get the 2-star rifle. That's actually a big deal, even though she's 2 stars, because like you were not expected to have rifles back then. You were just expected to have like SMGs and handguns. 3-star rifle. 3-star handgun. Oh wow, they give you MP4. Wow. They give you MP5? Damn. Free fucking 4-star? For doing 4-3? We didn't get this shit back then. We did not get this shit back then. Oh wow, you get Saw. Wow, you get fucking Colt Revolver. Damn. She's not called Colt Revolver because of a trademark thing. They gave you a free fucking what? You get SPOS 12 for free? This is actually the first time I'm even looking at this. You get fucking SPOS for free for doing 5-2? You don't even need shotguns that early on in the game. Yeah, you literally don't need shotguns that early. Springfield for 5-4? Damn. Damn. Oh, I can't. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. They even give you, like, fucking, like, the memory core bullshit for doing neural upgrades? Damn. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Wow, they even give you, like, free, like, fucking gachas for, like, the coalition bullshit. I say that, but, like, that's great for the new players. Like, don't get me wrong. That is great for the new players. But wow. All this free... Complete the tutorial on how limited time health pots work. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Like, just for playing the game? Oh, wow. They give you free tokens. I didn't even know this part. I could collect those right now. Which, maybe I'll look into when I need it. Oh, they even give you that too? Wow. Wow. Visit other players' dorms, collect batteries, get more batteries. Wow. Wow. Damn. The last one was about pets. I assume they just give you a free pet. Alright, anyway, I'm done making fun of new players. Well, I'm not actually making fun of them. That's good that they made it basically easier. 24 tokens. This whole battle pass system did not exist back then either. This is literally just like free rewards just for playing the game. This the fucking commander avatar like spray thing, like this also like did not exist back then. Like, or whether when I say it didn't exist, I mean they didn't give it for free. When it was brand new, you had to pay real money for it. Like, yeah, they would not give you that for free. But now it's free. Now it's free just for playing the game, basically. The amount of freebies that are in this game, man. The amount of freebies that are in this game. Oh shit, am I done? That was fat. I'm like done. Wow. The only thing I have left to do now is just do one of these kill 2 boxes or do any 2 stages, which I will definitely do. I can't even use support echelons because I'm about to go to the event and they don't let you use support echelons. So, yeah. Yeah, you're not allowed to fucking cheese the events. You gotta, like, do it on your own, basically. Which makes sense, I guess. I have a whole fucking week and a day. Alright, I like to just kind of, like, just procure this and just take it all at once so I can open it all up. Because with this shit, with that shit, hey, look at that. It's Tololo. Except not Tololo. That's the only one. But anyway, like, in that thing, like, you have the chance to get, like, fucking oath rings and crap. So, before, you had to always use gems or pay money for that. But not anymore, though. I feel like every time I play GFL, like, I'm always fucking, like, talking about, like, how, like, I have everything that, like, I need and shit. But, like, this is definitely, like, not me complaining. I just think the game is more accessible to like new players, and that's a good thing. That is absolutely a good thing. Alright, I need to remind myself what happened. Okay, the whole point of this one was that we just found out like Shaw's backstory. And then this one, we get to fight against RPK, which is not RPK anymore. Like, you keep calling her RPK, but she's like, I don't go by that name anymore. That's right, I am no longer RPK. Stop calling me that. Let me max that out. Yeah. Honestly, like, this also kind of shows too that like Angie was always like, Angie is actually like lore-wise considered good looking because she like did get hit on. But it's just that Angie never wanted to live a normal life though. Angie always was about that military life. Angie's like adopted big brothers always wanted her to live a normal life, but too bad for her adopted brothers, she never wanted that kind of thing. Angie actually had like has the same kind of hero complex that the commander has, the main character. Or not the main character, I said player character. We're not the main character here, but yeah, Angie actually had a hero complex too. The only difference between like Angie and the player commander is that like the player commander is more shonen, is more like hero, like justice kind of thing. Angie is more like damn, I forgot the name of the hero. Or like, I should say anti-hero. But like, she's kind of like more like the, I guess I'll say anti-hero. She's more of an anti-hero compared to the commander. Angie is like, oh, like, I love peace. And the commander's like, I like peace too. But Angie's all like, oh yeah, I love peace so much, I'm willing to do whatever I can to obtain peace. And then the commander would be all like, wait, I don't think I'll go that far. And then Angie would just be like, you're a pussy then. Angie is willing to commit war crimes for peace, basically. Angie would be willing to, like, blow up a fucking orphanage if she knew that the orphanage was, like a fucking Herodias orphanage, and they were raising little girls to be Naitos. Whereas the commander would try to save them. Like, Angie's way is way faster and would use up less time. It's like, yo, let's just blow up the orphanage. They're orphans. No one cares about them. That's what Angie would do. But The player commander would be like, no, they're just kids. Like, let's save them. Let's save them from the Paradia's clutches, like Helena. And Angie would be like, well, like the orphanage is already like Paradia's. We know it's Paradia's. So I bet these kids are already like brainwashed. So I just kill them. Which we know from Anna that like the brainwashing takes a while because Anna and like her sisters, that they're in like the Naito, like I was about to say orphanage, but I guess it kind of is. Anna and like her fellow sisters are like got adopted by like Griffin and Kyogre technically, so like they're relatively normal actually, other than obviously the Naito body, but they have not been brainwashed yet by Paradias. And as far as we've seen from Anna, which is too bad, she's probably not going to be like a character anymore though, but when we did see her, she seemed like a normal little girl, like a normal like 10-year-old or some shit like that. So I assume when they do the brainwashing thing, like it's got to take like maybe like a year minimum to really make them like worship William and shit. But I also assume too that's probably going to be like an age requirement for that too though. Like they can't start them off too early. I would assume that like if they start the brainwashing too early, it might like mind break the kids. So like they gotta wait until they grow up a little bit first, and then like they'll start doing the brainwashing. I would assume so. Not a serial number, not a designation, but a proper name. One with a first name and a surname. And then we found out that like the last name that like RPK is using here is actually Shaw's last name. So I don't know if that might come back to like bite RPK in the future, because like someone might recognize that last name that she's using and like they might think she's a relative of Shaw. Or Shaw is like, it happened like such a long time ago that like everyone would just kind of like just think that this is just like a coincidence. Because like Shaw has been missing for like a decade, so people think she's dead right now. Most people think she's dead. I think not Angie, I think AK-12 said that like she believes she's still alive, but like AN 94 whatever said like she's probably dead or something. But AK thinks she's still alive though. But yeah, RPK did get hit on. So if RPK wanted to live a normal life, she probably could. Alright, I guess she probably technically can't because like she's part of Paradias now. Probably. Probably.
指揮官様、先にお食事？
Look at that, RPK is not here.
それとも
RPK is literally not here.
お買い物はいかが？
Wait, come to think of it, did I miss the newer upgrade for AK? I did not. I already had the newer upgrade for AN94, but like, I know that AK is coming, but I guess it's just not on EN server yet. Huh. I thought we had it. Never mind. Never mind. Also, I thought Nemron was dead. Why is it showing Nemron's face? Because Nemron was like a very old model Naito. Like, she wasn't really considered a combat unit. Man, Paradia's bases are clean as fuck. Like, every time we've seen a Paradia's space, like, it's always like fucking sterile and white. Like, that's like every Paradia's space we've seen so far. The only ones that like don't look pristine and white would be like the bases that like had to like be a front for like a legitimate business or something. Like those look dirty, but they have to look dirty. Also, like when I see backgrounds like this, I like to overanalyze this because like not every artist is going to go hard on a background like this. So like I sometimes wonder like if I can spot things that are nonsensical in backgrounds like this. And so far, I see one thing that's kind of nonsensical. I don't get this tube thing going into this bottle right here. The only thing that kind of makes sense for me is that, like, this must be, like, for waste. Because, like, this looks like it kind of, like, separates liquids or some shit. And then, like, it's pulling the waste down here. But if that is what it's doing, then, like, I don't get, like, why it's haphazardly out like that. Like, it should be, like, pushed underneath the table so no one, like, knocks it over or something. Again, this is me overanalyzing it. A lot of times, especially, like, in sci-fi settings, like, if I see, like, a laboratory, like, usually the artist doesn't know anything about science, so, like, they'll just do things that, like, they think look sciencey, but, like, make no sense if you actually know anything about it. Every fucking science lab, like, has to have, like, a fucking telescope, or microscope, I should say. But, like, would that make sense, like, in this context, though? Like, does every fucking lab need to have a microscope? And considering that, like, this lab right here might be for, like, neural AI shit, the microscope probably serves no purpose. Assuming that's what it is. If this is, like, for medical shit, then, like, yeah, the microscope does make sense. But, again, you know. Some instruments are in the process of being unpacked in a brand new laboratory. Assistant Naito's mill about industrially and assemble them in silence. Nemron consults the manifest and checks the inventory again. After making sure nothing is amiss, she heads towards a room nestled in the far end of the laboratory. She knocks lightly on the door, not because the transparent door is locked, but as a courtesy to the person inside. Holy shit. She looks old. Come in. Sorry to intrude. Nemron pushes the door open and enters the room. She hands a document over to Lapis. This is a detailed report on the expedition. We successfully hacked the enemy intelligence agency, Clarion, located at St. Petersburg. As you have speculated, their financial backer has close ties with the preparatory committee to the Union of Rossisterous Nations Coalition. The plan has been 3 years in the making, with all important operations named after ancient heroes, the most significant in which was Operation Muramets, the very same operation that destroyed Avernus. Yo, that was us right there. We did that. We're the ones that did that. Isn't it kind of crazy that, like, we did that? And, like, what thanks do we get? Like, the amount of fucking shit we did for the fucking UNRC, like, holy crap, bro. And what do we get? What do we fucking get for, like, all of our hard work? Well, I think we know what we get. Look at GFL2, right? GFL2. We get a big ol', like, yo, get the fuck out of here. And, like, all of your fucking waifus, you don't get to keep them. Yeah, you don't get to keep them at all. Although, like, I have been kind of spoiled. I think people are saying that, like, up to, like, chapter 9 or 10 in the GFL2 story, the contract is no longer active. So then, like, we're allowed to have, like, all of our dolls back again or some shit. Now, to be fair, it's not like we actually got kicked out, but, like, if we had stayed, then, like, we would have just been, like, another pawn in, like, Griffin's, like, game of, like, politics. And, like, we didn't want that. We didn't want to be a pawn, so we wanted out. We wanted out. Makes sense. That's why Anna came to Germany. Yeah, she arrived in Bremen on September 13th, was handed over to Berlin on September 17th, and eventually transferred to Avernus on October 16th. Then Daybreak was also awakened around that time. Daybreak! She's talking about the Scar Sisters. Affirmative. Elena was awakened on October 20th. They made their move much earlier than we expected. Apologies, the beasting system was still flawed back then. I don't mean to blame you, but Project Cocoon is unfortunately hampered by this unexpected development. Still, that's just the way it is with many things. Sometimes a breakthrough at a key juncture can save you 10 years of work, while some seemingly insignificant errors can delay the research progress by a generation, or several generations even. In any case, the key has manifested. Your experiment was surely to succeed. Until we have the results, failure remains a possibility, even if we have a 99.99% chance of succeeding. But you are the greatest scientist of our time. Am I? I'm not so confident. The connection breakdown in the lake of cognition must have had a massive impact on you. The situation will be resolved soon. As long as you are here, there is still hope for us. You're right, the upcoming experiment is of utmost importance. Not only will it validate decades of research and development, it will also shape the future of humanity. You would not be disappointed. Nemron hands over something else. It's a weekly newspaper. The headline reads, Manotti attends Rosatri Memorial Exhibition at Goethe Universität Frankfurt. I don't know if that's a typo or not. I mean, like, I kind of read that as university, but like, I don't know if that's like a German way to spell university, but I assume that's University of Frankfurt. Lapis takes the newspaper with an amused grin. The most important skill a politician can master is the same as that for an actor. They must be able to capture the masses' hearts and manipulate them. In this regard, we have been rather clumsy. We only managed to hit the veins, not the heart itself. Did I set up a comms channel 42 for you? No need. That old man doesn't see William as a son, but as a pawn. We don't need to worry about the other things. As long as William returns with the precious material for the final experiment, everything will be fine. There are only 2 more weeks until the gentleman's deadline. That's a politician's timetable. Our reactor needs time, and scientific progress is never determined by politics. And yet science cannot be separated from politics. He didn't want the people of Frankfurt to miss the fireworks, so he made a point of pointing this out. That's your problem. Understood. Should we keep monitoring Pandora? She has already fulfilled her purpose as the control of the experiment, so she is no longer useful to me. Do what you want with her. Pandora! She is talking about RPK-16, aka Embla. No problem. From now on, I'll be completely focused on the experiment. I don't want to be disturbed for any reason. As you wish. Leave the lab assistants behind, and take everything else with you. I'm leaving everything to you. It is my pleasure. Alright. So, like, for those that, like, weren't, like, with GFL since the beginning, I do want to say, as small as it is, like, seeing, like, an animated background in GFL is actually a big fucking deal. Like, this is not necessarily new. I'm pretty sure we started getting these around, like, 2022. But, like, since the game came out, like, in 2016, like, we definitely didn't have backgrounds like this. Again, it's such a small thing. Also, this is layered on top of everything. You know how I know? It's actually on top of the UI. Yeah, you can see it's actually on top of the UI, which I'm pretty sure they didn't mean to do. Unless they couldn't do it. The programming for GFL is held like fucking duct tape. So maybe they couldn't, but the way this background should be, like, you know, layered, this should be layered underneath the UI. So layered on top of the CG background, but then, like, layered underneath the UI. So, like, if I do this, if I hide the UI, it looks normal. But if the UI is not hidden, you could clearly see that, like, it's on top of the UI. And it's definitely not meant to do that because it's kind of covering up the text. Now, granted, this is, like, a simple background, though. It's just snowflakes, so I can still read it. But, yeah, that should definitely be behind the text. It should be behind the dialog box. Main Frankfurt. Today, Frankfurt sees its first snowfall of the season. The snowflakes are too light to gather, drifting down gently like tufts of fluff, settling on the withered branches of the brims of passerbys' hats. The sanitation dolls have already started their work, sweeping the thin layer of snow from the middle of the roads to the side. The melting snow leaves the streets damp and glistening. Embla's breasts now form visible tendrils of white. She walks among the hurried crowds, admiring the view of the main and feeling the press of the throng around her. My time is as tight as a violin string on the verge of snapping, as fleeting as a flowing melody. Life slips by, just like that if I don't pay attention. But here I am, suddenly happy to spend precious time savoring life. So remember, like, one of the things that, like, RPK always kind of envied about, like, Angie and shit was that, like, for Angie, every moment mattered. And there was, like, a sense of urgency in all her actions. For RPK, as well as, like, dolls in general, they look at life and death very differently. And they basically have, like, a sense of immortality. But RPK didn't like that. RPK definitely likes this fragileness of life, which is kind of poetic in a sense. Give me 1 second, guys. Alright, I'm back. Just had to, like, adjust like, the fan in my room. Angie, you never seem to cherish days like this. Again, like, Angie could have lived a normal life, but she didn't want to. However, like, looking at RPK like this, though, again, you could see that Angie was always considered kind of attractive. And if Angie wanted to, like, be, like, a fucking actress or some shit, she probably could have. Neither did Shaw. You two were more devoted to your work than dolls, bound by their program. I should probably work harder too. Embla's steps come to a halt. The crowd surges past her like a rushing river. She gazes quietly at a restaurant across the street. The warm light spilling out feels like a mysterious invitation. But right now, all I want is to steal a moment for myself and enjoy a quiet breakfast. In answer to the invitation, she crosses the street and enters the restaurant. Pulling out a chair, she slowly sits down and orders herself a chocolate hazelnut roll and a cup of coffee. The comms request from Moradao pings repeatedly. Feeling an unspeakable boldness, Embla decides to ignore the call and keeps chewing leisurely on her row. After swallowing the bite and taking a sip of her coffee, she finally picks up. Frau Embla, his parody has given you too much freedom. You think so? I actually feel like work is taking up too much of my personal time as it is. Now you've even learned to be self-indulgent. You have truly inherited all the worst traits of humanity. How could that be? I merely mastered the art of slacking off. Surely you can understand the feeling of not wanting to work, having worked in your office yourself. Sorry to disappoint, Frau Embla. My job was setting deadlines for everyone else, and calling people 10 times a day to check their progress as their deadline approached. I can see why Angie took a liking to you. Frau Angelia didn't need deadlines. She usually finished her task early. Indeed, she would even take on extra work. Exactly the kind of employee that any boss would love. That's not necessarily true. After all, she would sometimes set extra tasks for herself that were at odds with the team's objective. Humans are such fascinating creatures. Right, enough small talk. Time to come home. Nemron is waiting for you. She needs you to confirm the final plan. See, she's the kind of dependable employee that bosses love and the kind of annoying boss that subordinates would hate. Understood, Miss Deadline. In a safe house on the outskirts of Frankfurt. The safe house is unremarkable and seemingly empty at first glance, but the faint glimmers of light in the shadows reveal a presence. It is AK-12, quietly hiding. Yet the peace isn't meant to last. AR-18 squad can't make it to the city just yet. You need to rendezvous with Steven's M520. Here's their comms code. Oh shit, she got like, oh, that's not static. Yeah, that's not... Yeah, that's not static. It's like a fucking GIF or something. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool, actually. Defy doesn't work with others. She has what you need. Is this why you had me deploy early to Frankfurt? Oh shit, hold on. I just realized something. I gotta like fucking check my files really quick to make sure that I have I was like downloading something earlier, but like now I can't remember if I accidentally like stopped it early or not. Nah, I think it's fine. All right. Is this why you had me deployed early to Frankfurt? Correct. I'll spare you an unnecessary lecture. But burying your head in the sand isn't like you, AK-12. That's not the Defy I know. We don't need to prove ourselves to anyone. Really? Then what are you afraid of? I know you have your plans, but the matter of concern RPK-16 isn't something you can handle alone. This is Defy's internal problem. I don't need others meddling. No one's trying to interfere, but shouting out AR-18 because of fear, that's unnecessary. Fear is a concept that doesn't exist in my program. Then what are you running from? Are you afraid that RPK-16's betrayal has a deeper motive? Or are you refusing to acknowledge Angie's death? You're scared of seeing RPK-16, scared of seeing that body, scared that you want to kill her, but hesitate when the moment comes. Don't project the emotional entanglements of your AR team onto me. I don't generate such convoluted and melodramatic emotions. Really? I'm just disgusted. Wake up. That isn't Angie, nor is it RPK-16. It is an abomination that has no place in this world. You're mistaken, M16. I would not hesitate to kill RPK-16. She would draw her last breath the next time I see her. As for Angie, no one knows how she died better than me. No one. Of course I know it's just a corpse. The real Angie died long ago. On the night of Operation Muramitz, right when the commander decided to save her. She had so many chances to leave, but she refused. She agreed to that experiment. She sealed her own fate. And all the more reason to fulfill her final wish. Only you can stop what she was trying to prevent, AK-12. So why are you hesitating? Why are you running away? I'm disgusted with myself. I'm disgusted with my past, present, and future. My past, incompetence. My present hideousness. And my future disappointments. What, you think losing the frame that Shaw gave you makes you unworthy of being the Alpha Wolf or Task Force Defy? You're such a coward. Relying solely on Shaw's technology to do as you please. This kind of mindset is what makes you unworthy leader of the Defy. Before AK-12 can respond, M16A1 terminates the call. AK-12 looks down at her hand. Her frame does not even have the standard form that dolls are constructed in. It is a monstrosity created by Paradias, something of unknown origin and purpose. In a laboratory in the upper levels of Avernus. Well, this is the frame that I picked out for you. If you want to leave Avernus alive and seek vengeance, it is your only option. Because this place is about to be destroyed, and I must get out of here, taking Angie with me. To cover up her hideous frame, she has wrapped herself in bandages. But now, AK-12 starts unraveling the bandages on her arm little by little. Like a puppet breaking free of the strings that control it. I am the Alpha Wolf of Task Force Defy, not a puppet dancing to someone else's tune. Even if I were a puppet, I would break free of my shackles. Man, it's like, I know AK-12's Digimon is coming. I just want it. Herodia's temporary base. Nimron enters the hall and directs her gaze at the white-clad girls gathered in front of her. From now on, I've been taking charge of Project Cocoon. First things first, recall all units under your command to Frankfurt. Bramid snorts out a laugh, then proceeds to inspect her nails with exaggerated concentration. Huh. Mordau, it was all thanks to your spectacular performance in Berlin that Project Cocoon had to be delayed. Things are not what they used to be, Sister Nimron. I had so many subordinates back in Berlin. And still mistakes happen. What am I supposed to do here in Frankfurt? If you knew how to work that brain of yours, you would know that the quality matters more than the quantity. Mordau smiles coldly with narrowed eyes. Meanwhile, Bramid watches the exchange with a amused smile. I believe Father has made himself plenty clear in Avernus. I will be fully in charge of the operation in Frankfurt. Any questions? For Father's sake, I will, of course, obey your command. However, do you have any questions regarding our subsequent plans? Sister Nimron, allow me to review the current situation for you. First of all, you, me, and Bramid are the only ones left with the ability to fight independently. With the fall of our headquarters, we have lost way more advanced combat units than just Gray, Narcissus, Grig, and Sana. Secondly, the vessel for the Lake of Cognition has been destroyed, so we cannot mass-produce combat units for a while. I am well aware. Thirdly, working under these circumstances, not only do we have to resume our previous mission in Avernus, we also had to reactivate Project Cocoon. Is that even possible? You just need to confirm your mission. There is no need to explore its feasibility. Sister Nimron, I just want you to know one thing. Rebuilding something is much more difficult than destroying it. Much more. Especially under such circumstances. I will find a way to resolve our manpower shortage. But we have to carry on with what needs to be done. We still have plenty of bases in Germany. Start mobilizing the resources of all the factories still in operation immediately. As a side note, I suggest the two of you rein in your little hobby. This is not a good time to be killing low-tier Nitos for sport. Oh yeah, Mordau, like, every time we saw, like, a fucking cutscene with Mordau, like, she was always fucking killing a Nito, man. Every able body is very valuable right now. Are you expressing dissatisfaction with my leadership? Just giving some friendly advice. There's no way retrieving Narcissus or Grig. In hindsight, I should have collected Gray's corpse. She was much more familiar with Project Cocoon than me, so she would have been useful. Sister Nimron, you said you'll find a way to get more manpower, but how long will it take for our manpower to be ready for work? Follow my instruction to start by taking inventory of our leftover supplies from Avernus and reserves in Frankfurt. Once I have more input, I will have a better idea about how many resources we will need to replenish. If memory serves, not all the auxiliary factories for Project Cocoon in Berlin and Bremen have been destroyed. There are also backups. Since I left Berlin for Avernus and Stahuri, some of the things are still with Gray. That includes factory supplies, research materials, and our informants' contact information. I will need to restart the authorization check. Now that we made it to Frankfurt, I will readjust all authorizations. That seemed like a misspelling to me, but I'm pretty sure I knew what that meant. When I withdrew from Moscow many years ago, I left some people there. Our priority right now is to take stock and organize everything in our position. I need this done in 2 days. Can you do it? Sure, what about Embla? She has to take care of All Hallows Eve. Alright, I would take stock of our assets in Berlin and Bremen. Say, I'm curious. In the previous iteration of Project Cocoon, were you the pick Sister Mordau? Sister Nimron, is this information I can divert? Bramid, this doesn't concern you. Just focus on doing your part. I just find it odd that we don't have a corresponding high-tier Nito in Frankfurt. That's a bit unlike you, Sister Nimron. This is an Avernus, so please put aside your pointless speculation. Just completing the work assigned by Father should keep you so busy that you won't have time for gossip. If it is what Father asks of us, we will naturally obey. Morida and Brambid are just about to take their leave. Man, I got fucking flashbang in real life. I hate it when the game does this. The piercing noise topples the two Naitos to the ground like a wave. Even Nemron staggers slightly under the force. Amidst the assault of such an unusual and deafening noise, they all realize that something has changed, irrevocably. What was that? Did we get hacked? No, it's not as simple as that. Moradale is about to continue, but her quivering lips refuse to utter the words. The Lake of Cognition is gone. Wasn't it already gone when Avernus fell? We lost the Evangel Axis, which only severed our connection with the Lake of Cognition. But now, the Lake of Cognition is completely obliterated. Do you understand? Who would do such a thing? Even Father. Yo! That was Irma. That was Irma. That's what the last event was for. The last event was basically destroying the Lake of Cognition, and that's what Irma did. Irma, that was all Irma. Yo, I feel like Irma kind of came out of nowhere. Like, it might have been better if, like, Irma was, like, slowly integrated, like, in the main story a bit earlier. But I kind of felt like she really did come out of nowhere. I don't know. This is utterly beyond my calculations. All of our future plans will have to be adjusted. I will handle that. Nemron gathers her wits and looks at the two pale and frazzled Naitos. Make it your priority to relocate and protect the laboratory. Yes, Sister Nemron. Nemron wastes no time and rushes out the hall. Half an hour later, all materials and instruments have been transferred from the other labs. We are now in the process of transporting the staff. They will be departing from the base in 10 minutes. All that's left is a lab that I cannot access. Understood. I would take care of that lab. Clean up the site. Don't leave behind any traces. Alright. Also, Embla is back. She needs you to approve her entry. Nemron walks over to the monitors and pulls up the feed of a surveillance camera outside the base. In the feed, Embla, who is suddenly bored from waiting, waves at the camera with a smile. Here, Sister Nemron, please open the door for me. Nemron opens the main entrance of the base. Just as she is about to look away from the monitor, she suddenly realizes. Behind you! The moment Nemron activates the door control mechanism, AK-15 showers the surveillance camera under the eaves and knocks Embla into the door. Embla tumbles slightly through the smoke and into the base. Oops, I seem to have picked up a tail. Keep moving, don't stop. Other Naitos prepare for combat. Is this normal? Sometimes it's hard to tell, like, if it's a puzzle fight or if it's a real fight. Oh, is this real? It's not like a stupid puzzle thing? It's a puzzle. Yeah, it's a puzzle. It's not real. Reach the two radar nodes and set the explosives. No need to pick up and move the explosives. Oh, I like that they actually wrote that down, because that's what I would have done. I literally would have done that. All right. Alright, unfortunately you cannot use parachute ferries to, like, just parachute to the radar. There's helipads over there, but unfortunately I also can't just, you know, just get over there. There's two control terminals. I don't know, I don't get why though. Alright, once again, like, I'm, like, way too fucking lazy to, like, change up my, my echelons. So, like, I'm literally just going to use, like, what I already have, and then, like, if it doesn't work, then like I will adjust for that basically. But I am lazy, so I will only adjust for it like after it doesn't work. That's how I roll. That is how I roll. This is hard? 31,000. Wait, was that the hard mode? Oh, wow. 3,000? Holy shit. 3,000? And I could literally just fucking kill these fucking death stacks. I could actually win this. Like, normally you're supposed to, like, avoid death stacks, but wow, these are, like, those are some weak-ass death. Those are death stacks, like, you know, like, if you didn't have a level of account. Although, to be fair, like, the death stacks in the hard mode don't seem that much harder either, though. That seems beatable. I say it seems beatable, but, like, it really depends, though. Because sometimes the death stacks, like, they make them, like, literally, like, immortal, and you can't, like, do damage to them at all. But other times, though, it's actually winnable, like, if you're smart about it. I don't know which one it is. Like, in my opinion, they should always make the death stacks, like, beatable, like, if you know how to, like, actually, like, fight, but... They also know that, like, there's, like, really good players out there that, like, can figure it out, so... Like, if they really do want this to be treated like a puzzle, then, like, Mika would just straight up just make them, like, immortal, so you can't cheese it. I mean, in my opinion, it's not really cheesing it, though. Defense gate were only open automatically when both control panels were unlocked. Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. I just realized that, like, there's actually no speed up function in this game. I just realized that. Yeah, there's no speed up function. Also, I picked the wrong team for this. You know how I know I picked the wrong team for this? Because I haven't won already. Like, I probably should have picked, like, Reindeer, Destroyer or something. Like, if you don't win in 5 seconds, then, like, you did something wrong. You have done something wrong if you don't win in 5 seconds. Wait, is there actually not a limit? Is there actually, like, not a limit here? Color me surprised. Like, usually, like, they want me to be, like, fucking, like canon or whatever. So it's all like, oh, like, you have to, like, fucking, Oh, you're like a night battle specialist. Oh, that's crazy. Anyway, what was I saying? Right, like, usually, like, they want this to be, like, fucking story, like, related. So it's like, oh, there's only, like, one echelon in the story, so you're only allowed to use one echelon. Like, they would, like, pull off some bullshit like that. But here, though, they haven't done that, actually. They did not do that. Alright, so, like, there's no, like, Hawk support here. So, like, that's why, like, I'm bringing out, like, Architect. Because Architect technically is Hawk support. Without losing or retreating an echelon, win within 4 rounds while destroying 5 enemy targets. Like, it doesn't say that I'm not allowed to repair. Not that the S rank really matters, though. Not that it really matters that much anyway. Oh wait, these guys are on Garrison. They won't move. These guys literally will not move. There we go. Architect getting rid of those shields for me. I mean, like, not that it's necessary, but like, you know, if I'm gonna abuse like the fucking coalition units, I'm gonna abuse them. Yeah, like Architect was not necessary there, but it's fun. It's fun to have them. Yeah, if they have that hourglass on there, that's garrison. Yeah, that means like they don't move. So I don't gotta worry about shit. Oh, I've got to turn on fairies. I'll do that next time. I probably don't need the fairies, but you know, it's fun to use them. It's like when else am I gonna use the fairies, right? This is not a good team for this. This is absolutely not a good team for this. But I'm lazy. Huh. I guess it's better than I thought it was. I'm pretty sure a handgun rifle team would have been better for this. Pretty sure it would have been better. Also, so like I'm almost full in like surplus experience, so I'm gonna go ahead and just like make some combat reports right now, so that way like I don't like overfill. I forgot you do that from here now. I remember when I used to have to come here like every day to like upgrade a fucking desk or whatever. The good old days. Good old days. There we go. My surplus is being used right now. Also, back in my day, you used to have to like only make like 100 at a time. You couldn't make a whole bunch of them. Back in the day. Back in the day. Alright, the fucking gorilla dudes are on patrol. I see. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. And they're death stacks, which means that, like, I need to be right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. This guy's on alert. Wait, how do you do this? How do you do this? Alright, so I need to have somebody there, but I can't have somebody there the turn before, because then, like, this guy's gonna... He's gonna aggro. Well, unless I'm allowed to, like, fucking, like, squish him with the gates, which I'm not sure if they're allowing me to do that, but I guess I'll see if I'm allowed to do that. Sometimes they don't let you use the gates, because the gate thing definitely feels like unintentional, like, an unintentional thing that they left in. However, the funny thing is that, like, the first time they introduced the gates, like, we're actually taught by the game itself to use them offensively. So, I guess it is done like that on purpose, but I kind of feel like it shouldn't be that way, though. That's just me. I feel like I shouldn't be allowed to, like, abuse the gates that way.
あなたたちに明日はありません。これは私の任務です。ここから先は通しません。やった。こんにちは、指揮官さん。
So, like, I think I got lucky with RNG there, because normally you're supposed to use rifles against, like, the rocket dudes, so that way, like, they die first. But machine guns aim randomly, so I basically just, like, was random enough to hit them. Yeah, no, I can't use it. I can't use the thing. Because if I could use the thing, then it would give me the option, but it does not give me the option. So that means they really do want me to sneak by then. They want me to sneak. I think there's actually a cheesy way that I can do this, like with like a landmine fairy, and then using like Scarecrow's like dummy or something. There's definitely a way I could abuse like the AI or some shit, but like I'm probably not meant to do that though. So I could use landmine fairy on the spot that'll aggro them, and then like if I leave like a scarecrow dummy there, or just like any of my own units, they're coming to attack it, and then they're blow up. I don't think that's what they want me to do, because like ever since they introduced fairies, they pretty much like almost never want you to use them, ironically enough, because like they don't want to like put, I guess, the gamers in a position where like they're forced to like level them up. But at the same time, if you play the game for a bit, you're gonna have them all, so it just seems kind of pointless then to have them but not use them. All right, so next turn they're going to move up, and if I put someone here, then they're aggro. So if I were to leave this space open, then like they'll go back to the sides again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that means I could technically just do this on Hunter, but that's only because Hunter has like a free movement thing, which also is me kind of breaking the game. So I'm trying to think of like how they want me to do this then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's dangerous. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I save a turn here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how they want you to do it. I got it. Now I know how they want you to do it. So like I'm basically supposed to use like an entire turn to like set up like each radar. That's what I'm supposed to do. But I'm gonna cheese it though, because I have 6 action points, and I technically have a freebie with Hunter, which means give me 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I can do it. Actually, wait. I don't even need to use Hunter's freebie thing. I could just straight up just do it then. But that kind of feels like that's not what they want me to do, though. I think they do want you to like use up an entire turn on each radar. But the game isn't limiting me on the amount of units I can use, though. It's not. I could literally just summon somebody else right now. And now next turn I'll have 7. So, yeah. I don't think the devs want me to do it this way, but whatever though, whatever. It is what it is. So, I guess I don't really need to do the landmine thing, but I kind of want to though. I kind of want to do the landmine thingy. I mean, it'd be fun. It'd be fun to do the landmine thingy, but I don't need to. I forget, like, if the immunity tag on these guys actually means that they're immune to damage or not. I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure that's not what it means. This unit can negate a fixed amount of damage. Yeah, okay, that's what it means. So these guys are killable. These guys are 100% killable. So I could bring in... I kind of want to do it. I kind of want to do it, honestly. I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to do it. I don't have to, but it'd be kind of funny. Also, maybe I can't kill them too, because like, I don't think like the immortality thing is like even like a stat that they have. So the game might not just even tell me. I forget that's how they work. Where's my land on? Here it is. Yeah, I forget if it works that way. So. Oh, fuck. I forgot that's how that worked. Oh, no. It's too late now. Now it's too late. Oh, it's too late now. Damn, all right. You don't put the landmine on the node that you're at. You do it on the node that you're not at. Oh, man. This game does not have like a turn back time thingamabob. Well, I still want to get my S rank, even though it doesn't really matter. So, like, I'll get my S rank, but then, like, I kind of still want to try it. I still want to try it, honestly. All right, deploy. So, and then what you're supposed to do is, I'm supposed to move down, because that's what the safe spot's for. But I don't need to, though. I don't need to. The grain says that, like, I had to do this within 4 rounds. So, damn. All right. I just want to know if those guys are, if I could kill those guys with a landmine fairy, but maybe I'll do it again. Oh, I didn't get my A rank because I used a repair thingy. Sometimes, like, they don't penalize you for that. They don't always penalize you for that. Or more shop backgrounds. Got it. All right. So I really want to know. I actually really want to know. I have to know. I honestly have to know. I gotta know. I gotta know. Are these to the side? Oh, they are the same. Oh, they are the same. Everybody here has armor. So, like, you're meant to use, like, rifles or machine guns. I don't have, like, a rifle team set up, though. I don't have a rifle team set up. The only reason why Sana's there is because she's not at 150 affection, and I don't want to give her cake or whatever like that. That's the only reason why she's there. I have no idea if she's even good. I don't know, actually. I have no idea. I forgot that shit's like instant. Yeah, the level 2 skills are always instant. The second set of skills is always instant, is what I meant to say. AoE damage, armor attack, survivability. I literally don't know like how good she is, so I kind of just want to see then. I want to see. I don't want to see. Let's see how she works. Alright, the only reason why I'm redoing this stage again is because I just want to use a landmine fairy for the hell of it. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Oh, what the fuck is this Azure Lane bullshit right here? Oh, wow. That's the first time I'm seeing that. That's kind of cool. Oh. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. All right, then. Ah, but she can't take a hit, though. She cannot take a hit, so I gotta put someone in front of her. Got it. She is also very bad for single targeted damage. Oh wow, I got Mock Curve in that. Alright. So she actually ended up taking more damage than a Hunter. But that was pretty cool though. That was definitely pretty cool. And then good old Scarecrow. Good old Scarecrow. There you are. So I do need to like just redo her formation, but like that's all I need to do though. All right, so formation, and then like, just do this. Also, like, the dummies only really affect the regular T-dolls. Like, she doesn't have dummies, so we're fine there. Look at DP with that immunity right there. DP 12 skill is kind of weird in that like it like guards the entire like row that she's in, but then like your machine gun shouldn't be getting hit anyway though. So like she's shielding the backline, which is nice to have, but should never happen. It shouldn't anyway. I think Destroyer might be better. Destroyer or Dreamer. Because, like, I don't really need Architect, like, for shield destroying. But Architect is supposed to be like a Hawk Light, basically. Oh, that's awesome. That's kind of cool, not gonna lie. Oh! She actually took them out faster than Hunter did. So, I guess she is better than Hunter in this situation. Yeah, like, it took Hunter a while to, like, kind of get all that done. I assume, like, all the Naitos are, like, just legit dead, though. At least most of the major Naitos that we know are dead. I mean, like, from GFL2's, like, perspective. They're probably dead. Which is sad. Which is sad. Oh. Oh, I didn't lose a dummy for PKP? Huh. Not that it matters. That's the only fight that they need to do anyway. Not that it matters. Now let's crack that shit. Alright, so here's what I wanted to do. Alright, so switch these two around. Alright, put out the landmine. So okay, so I gotta move one down. I gotta move one down. Alright, put out the landmine. Alright, and then I will summon Scarecrow. Switch these two around. Activate the shadow thing. There we go. Alright. If I remember right, like, her thing was supposed to, like, act like a little mini landmine, but, like, I don't think it does that anymore now. It used to, but, like, not anymore, though. Because it was, like, too OP. Oh, no, it still does. When it encounters an enemy unit, it is destroyed, but does damage equal to 30% of its max HP to the enemy. So, yeah, it is a mini landmine. So, I don't know, like, if that, like, combines with the landmine. I guess I'll see. I go to Vector. Up to 50% in effect against bosses. That is not a boss. So 50% plus like 30, but like it's not going to be a flat 30% because that 30 is additive and not a multiplier. So it's supposed to be 30% of her HP. So probably more like 10%. So that means 60. I should expect to do about 60% damage. At least that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Insufficient actions. Did I use her freebie for that? Oh. I don't remember using her freebie for that. Well, actually, wait. I don't really need the freebie at all. I forgot that I don't need it. Alright, I want to see it. I want to see it! Hello? What? Did you... What is that? What? So, last I checked, like, death stacks are not bosses? Well, I already beat the stage, so, like, now I'm just experimenting at this point, but, like, what? The hell? Like, seriously, what the... What? Did I replace it with, like... Did I replace it with her when she died? I don't think so. I don't think I did. If I retreat now, like, I'll lose all the ammunition shit that everybody has, so, like, I'd rather just beat the stage. But, like... I will retreat, and it's just the one echelon anyway, but, like... You should blow up, honestly. You should blow up. Oh, he just ate it! He literally just fucking ate it. Oh. I know that it worked on death stacks in the past,
Gina.
but I guess it just straight up just doesn't do it. It didn't do shit. I know for a fact that it works on death stacks. It's just that, like, I guess, like, not this one, though. Hmm. Okay, wait, no, I can get back my shit. Retreat. I guess I'm not gonna beat it, because it will take too long now, but... What? Like, seriously? Retreat. I think it was Polarized Light. Yeah, in Polarized Light, there was a whole strategy about using, like, landmines to, like, kill, like, death stacks. But, I don't think there's anything in here that says that, like, they don't take damage from landmines. So I guess, like, they were just, like, coded, like, not to take damage from that or something. I guess not. I guess not. He didn't even take damage from, like, the Scarecrow, which is kind of crazy. Odd. Very odd. But it's such a weird thing for me. Like, I don't have to, like, go to the repair tab because, like, my units just, like, heal normally, basically. It just feels really weird. My ass, like, does not remember, like, where I can find death stacks anymore. I don't remember. Oh, hey, Salt Mod. There's a death stack. Random. How do you get over there again? How do you get over there? I forget. Also, like, I beat this stage like 97 times, and I don't remember why. Oh, because I was grinding for the doll. That's why. That's why it's 97 times. Because, like, I remember this stage. Yeah, okay, I remember. So it's like... I take out the bitches over here. And you have to. Otherwise, like, these guys will get to your command base. And then, like... You're meant to surround... You're meant to, like, surround capture the heliports here. So that way the enemies start spawning. But you could cheat with Fairy. With Fairy, you could cheat. And you could just, like, teleport here. So, like, not like it really matters. Well, that's way too much work. I need, like, an easier death stack that I can find. That is too much work. That is too much work. 1,444 times. Were there any death stacks in this one? Nope, just regular ass dudes. This was the M4A1 farm map. This was the Exodia farm map. Okay, there's some death stacks. There's some death stacks. They're under garrison. God damn it. Like, these ones don't move. They don't fucking move. I need, like, a death stack that will actually, like, chase me or something. It's like, I should just get back to, like, reading the fucking event right now. But, like, just for, like, my own sanity, I really want to, like, go and find a death stack now. Just to, like, see the landmine go off. I'm not going to the regular stages because I know that regular stages tend to not have them. Oh no, oh, this is a fucking puzzle stage. Oh, this doesn't count. This doesn't count. It's fine. I could use this. I can use this. So this is a puzzle stage. So, like, when you go, like, on these radars, like, the bombs, like, some of them die, some of them move around. When two of the bombs, like meet up each other, they blow each other up and shit. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole fucking thing. Can I get something easier? Can I get something easier, please? Why is this 3,000 times? Why did I come here? Oh, wait, that was the stage I went to. Wait, was that a farming stage? Oh, it was. It was a farming stage. That's why. Oh, really? Just a regular ass stage? Again, I should go read the fucking story right now. I really should. I really should. Motherfucker. I need, like, a death stack that, like, spawns right near me. Also, it's crazy that, like, these guys have, like, a power level of, like, 30 to 60,000. And we used to be scared of that back then. But, like, that's nothing now. Honestly, the numbers don't mean shit now. They really don't. It's kind of like Dragon Ball. Like, the numbers really don't mean anything. Not that one. Like, even at the beginning of the game, like in chapters like 2 and 3, like bosses had like overinflated like power levels and shit. Like, You had a power level of like 5,000 back then, and the boss had like a power level of like 100,000. So like, it honestly doesn't mean anything. Damn it. You think I'd have an easier time trying to find death stacks, but like, it turns out that like the devs don't actually like to use them that much because, you know, they're kind of unfair and like they kind of like don't want you to fight them anyway. That's the whole point of a death stack, is that you don't fight them. You're not supposed to fight them. Hey, look at it. It's not getting revolver. Oh, there's a death stack. All right. No, wait, that's not a death stack. He doesn't have the fucking skull. No, he doesn't have the skull on him. I saw, like, the fucking high-ass number, so I thought that was a death stack. Actually, there is a very easy, like, death stack around here, but, like, I just don't remember, like, which one it is, though. One of these stages has, like, a very easy death stack that, like, I know I could find. God damn it. Why do I keep coming to that stage? And, like, the reason why I say it's easy is because, like, the death stacks are, like, literally, like, in your... Oh. How can I... Yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go. And it's on alert, so he will attack me. Okay, good. Okay, there's a fucking asshole in my way, but like I could get rid of him. I'm not gonna beat the stage. I'm not gonna beat the stage. It's just that like I just need to like I really just want to like fight the dude so that way I can be happy. I just want to fight the dude. Unless they changed it. They honestly might have just heavily changed the death stack programming. So that way people stop cheesing stages. Because like that's what I used to do. I used to always cheese the stages. Man, what an over-engineered like fucking skill animation. And I love it. I fucking love it. Yeah, that was definite overkill. Now I forget, like, is it... Is it supposed to be that, like, they, that they have to, like, walk into it or something? Like, voluntarily? Like, I can't make them go my way because my dude's on it? Is that how that worked? Because I don't remember. Like, I legit, like, don't remember if that's how that worked. Fuck, I have to... I had to, like, end my turn, but then, like, I also, like, had to make sure I don't, like, accidentally lose the stage. This is not a good team. It's like a rando team that like I just made up for like just to like take up space. It's absolutely like a rando team. That's a good team. All right. This is whatever. Just intern. I know that landmines will obviously work, like, you know, like for regular dudes. So that's not the thing I need to question. I need an answer on. I need him to like walk onto this. I need to see it explode. Oh, it blew up. Okay, wait. That blew up. So, oh yeah, they lost HP. They lost HP. So like, I guess like the dudes in that stage were like an exception then. So yeah, it did work. It 100% worked. They are, you can take them down. All right, good to know. I had to do that for my own sanity. I had to do that for my own sanity. It does work. It does work. I haven't seen this animation in a long time. Because like OG Architect got power crept. But we're back in like chapter 11 right here. So like this is probably like around their level actually. Wow. Also, like, I'm pretty sure I remember, like, you're not supposed to use machine guns on this stage, but because, like, I'm power creeping the stages, like, yeah, I'm just demolishing everything. All right, so now I have to know. So if I do this. So, like, I've actually never cheesed this stage. All I did was I just kind of cheated a bit, and I just looked up a guide, because, like, this shit is, like, way too complicated for me, honestly. I mean, like, I know I could beat it if I give it, like, enough tries, but look at all this stupid-ass crap on here, and this is not a kill everything kind of map. This is a make a supply line kind of map. It's also been a while, so I don't remember if there's something that you have to do to make the death stacks go away. Because usually, you're not meant to fight death stacks. You're meant to run away from them. And then sometimes there's like a special stage mechanic where like the death stacks go away on their own or something. I can't remember if like this stage has it, but like I just want to see now like that I used the landmine fairy. Now I just want to see if like if I could take this guy down and like cheese it that way. Just through like just through like abusing mechanics basically. And again, the devs absolutely like do not like really like need you to like abuse fairy mechanics and whatever. They absolutely like don't want you to do that. Let me see, who am I bringing out? Dreamer? Yes. Okay. I have to remember like which ones have like fucking like hawk support or not. Oh wait, I could just use a fucking hawk here. I'm dumb. Just literally just a regular hawk. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. You can't see. There it is. Yeah, I'm dumb. I could just use a regular fucking hawk here. Architect, unfortunately, only has like a thing of like 3. That's why she couldn't reach. There we go. You got a range of 3. All right, let me see. Let me get a gander. Let me get a gander at this. The enemy is strong, Commander. Yeah, I know. So, with the reduced HP, can I take this down with, like, just a random sauna that I picked up later on? Which, I'm not supposed to have her right here. Looks like I can. Okay, this definitely looks like it's doable, but like I do need an inappropriate team for this. And this is not an appropriate team. But it definitely looks like it's doable. I'm just testing this out like with a rando though. Like with just like whatever. If I build like an anti-tank team for this, I could definitely make this work. I could so make this work. So here's the thing. I actually don't know if I could have won that like without the landmine fairy. However, because like we have our own power crept units though, I feel like I absolutely could take down these death stacks with my super units. I just got to figure out like what super unit is good against these guys. But it's not like I really need to solve that question. Like, you know, I've already beaten it. I don't gotta beat it again. Unless I just want to make like a fucking YouTube video where like I just beat death stacks. I feel like I remember this stage. I think these guys do go away or something. I think they do. I think those guys do go away. I just forget. I just forget like how. Also like these tanks are still here. They didn't even move. Is it? No, it's not possible. So like I need to make a supply line. But, like, all the tanks were, like, in a spot where, like, I wouldn't be able to make the line, like, without moving them. And then usually with these guys, like, once you're, like, unaggroed on them, they go back to the original position. So my supply line would break. So there has to be a thing in this stage where, like, you make the tanks go away. And I think I remember doing that. I think you get rid of, like, 2 of the tanks, like, via, like, mechanic or something, and then, like, you make the supply line that way. But here, I kind of brute forced it with the landmine fairy. I just destroyed them. And then I had hawks. All right. I just wanted to see. I just wanted to see it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and retreat my guys, so that way I'll lose less resources. Not that I need to worry about losing my resources. Not really. I'm like full on everything. All right, good to know. Good to know. So why was that guy an exception? Okay, yeah, no repair thing. Got it. Why was he an exception? The landmine fairy does not work on bosses, but that is not a boss. Curious. Not a boss. Can't even do that because you gotta like buy the pass thing. Which the game does not redirect you to that. You gotta like go to the shop for that. Where is it? No, not that one. Oh yeah, costumes. I didn't even realize these were here. Yo, this is straight up money right here. Like this isn't even like, I can't even buy this with gems. Like, I have to use money. I'm not really seeing a theme for this. It just seems kind of like a random assortment of costumes. I forget what it was. Was it the Battle Pass thing? Well, I think it was. I think it's a Battle Pass thing. Here it is. Ah, there it is. Unlock extra weeklies. That's what it is. $10 for the Battle Pass. That's what it was. Huh. All right, I kind of went a little bit off topic there, but let's get back to this. There we go. I went a little off topic. Temporary Paradias base. Squelch. AK-15 pulls out her knife out of a Naito's corpse and takes a look around. She seems to have eliminated all enemies in sight. Oof. AK-15, you scary. The ravaged room is utterly silent after a recent massacre. Yet AK-15 remains on her guard as she scans her surroundings with her knife held ready. Since the moment she broke down the door and wiped all the enemies in her way, she has not encountered a single high-level Naito. She sheathes her knife and raises her gun instead as she heads deeper. She cannot tell if there is an ambush in the silent base. Unlike Paradise's other specialty constructed bases, with their recognizable architecture, this is simply a makeshift one, converted from an existing building. AK-15 kicks a door open and storms to the room. She rarely sweeps the interior from side to side with the muzzle of her gun. This is the final room, but it is also empty, save for all the mangled human corpses littered across the floor. AK-15 lowers her gun and bends down to study the corpses. They haven't been dead for longer than an hour. Paradias unleashed a bloodbath within their own base? Why? As AK-15 brow furrows in thought, an ear-splitting siren suddenly goes off from beyond the door. She promptly moves out of sight while making sure she can still keep tabs on the situation outside. Oh, yo, that's dirty! Oh, that's so dirty! So, like, they have some corpses in there, and now they're making it look like AK-15 did it. Oh, yo, that's smart. That's smart. So, like, I guess my only question is that, like, did they conveniently, like, have, like, just regular human bodies around to kill? Like, assistants or something? Because, like, Naito bodies wouldn't work. Like, it would work for, like, a couple minutes until, like, you know, the police examine the bodies. And then they'd be like, wait, these aren't civilians. Like, these are, like robot hybrids or some shit like that. So, they have to be, like, regular... They gotta be, like, regular, like, human assistants that they had. And then, like, they killed them. And it's all like, oh, like, you get to die, like, for Paradies or some shit. Because I assume if they had regular human assistants, they'd probably been, like, you know, brainwashed. Or whatever like that. I would assume so, right? I'd assume more brainwashing. It's always a brainwashing. Lay down your arms and don't put up a pointless struggle. Shit. AK-15 immediately realizes how this would look. In an abandoned base filled with heaps of Naito and human corpses is a lone T-doll. Outside the window, the police siren is still flashing. An officer has turned on his body cam and is saying something into his headset. AK-15 listens intently. We've arrived at the scene. Yes, the gray building. Nobody entered the door. No sign of any dolls. Are you certain this was a doll attack? What the hell's going on? Sir, the scan hasn't picked up any vital signs. No, wait. Unknown doll signal detected. Seal off all exits. The police officers and dolls all draw their weapons as they quickly encircle the building on all sides. The police dolls approach with their blast shields. Then comes the sound of them breaking through the door. Do not expose her identity in Frankfurt. So AK-12 has warned her gravely. Using her eye of the snow wolf, AK-15 zeroes in on a weak point in the blockade and makes a hasty escape under the cover of darkness. Latest news from Moscow TV. The primary cause of the railway incident concerning the NL13M train future is still currently unclear. The government has urged the German operating company to conduct a third-party investigation and provide an explanation to the families of the deceased passenger as soon as possible. So that was actually 2 events. That was 2 events ago, actually. No, 3. Yeah, that was 3 events ago, the future train. So we know that, like, the reason why it got, like, knocked over was because not only, like, were our dolls on there, but also because of Paradius. And then, like, the civilians that were on there, like, half of them, like, rushed over to, like, what they thought was police, but it was actually Paradius soldiers, and then they killed them. And then the other half of the civilians, they came to us because they were the smart ones. And it's like, don't worry, guys, we'll save you from Paradius. Yeah. So yeah, half the dudes are dead. They were going on vacation to Berlin. They were actually planning on going by plane. It was their sales staff who stopped my children's father at the airport entrance and gave him a flyer. Now not only my husband, but even my children are missing. I just wanted to see the bodies. Why is that so difficult? The tickets were supposed to include insurance, but now they're making new excuses every day. The passenger disappeared in Germany, but they're telling me that the incident did not occur in Germany. They're asking me to provide proof? How am I supposed to? Is the government not going to help at all? They're trying to cover up, like, the Paradius bullshit, that's why. The interview footage disappears from the screen as it is turned off. 2 haggard-looking men are seated across from each other. Can we come up with a solution within the day? We've already missed the deadline of the golden 48 hours in PR crisis management. I don't blame you. Even I only found out about the disaster from the news. Well, right now Paradius seems to be winning. So I guess technically not. Also, like, at this point in time, too, the commander is actually still kidnapped. So, actually, we don't have any agency in this event at all. The commander was kidnapped, like, 2 events ago. So, like, we're waiting for our dolls to save us. So right now, we're on the RPK storyline. Where RPK got our human body, and, I guess this is technically the Team Defy storyline right now. The commander is not here. Yeah, all Paradius bullshit. Don't blame you, even if I only found out about the disaster from the news. By the time we got word of what happened and gathered enough information, time already run out. So tell me, what else can we do? Alright, so I guess I'm going to assume that, like, the railroad company, they don't know what's going on. From their point of view, the train crashed, and then people died. So, like, now they're trying to, like, you know, like, do, like, fucking disaster management. But they don't know that Paradius was the one that, like, flipped over the train and killed all those people. But again, how are they supposed to know that? They're just regular. These are, like, normal-ass people. So I think their jobs are ass. Like, I think either, like, these guys might either lose their jobs, or in the worst-case scenario, they might go to jail. Like, because they might be, like, being held responsible for, like, civilian deaths. I don't know. No, not issuing a statement is out of the question. This is an international incident. An apology is necessary, but the question is, who's going to take the fall? I'm afraid that's not up to our company to decide. I know, but the brass still hasn't made their stance known. No matter how you cut it, we are definitely to blame. But we have to keep the business coming, and the route has to continue running. How this incident is handled will directly affect our bid next year. My suggestion is to mourn the victims and then tactfully distance ourselves from the incident. After all, the Vori perpetrators were all Soviets. We pledge to conduct more rigorous identity checks on passengers in the future, and we urge the Neo-Soviet Union to implement a more accurate identity verification system to ensure the safety of everyone's life and property. So that was a fucking lie. So we know for a fact that in GFL 2, like, the commander and his dolls literally get on a fucking train because they have spoof identity. So this does not really pan out, honestly. Although you could also say that maybe like it does pan out. It's just that the commander just has too many connections though. Because Kalina was the one that gave us like the fake IDs. So we have a mole, you know, like in there. The draft of the compensation will probably look something like this. Sheet of paper is slid across the table to the manager. We deeply apologize for the explosion that occurred on the train Future in the early hours of October 20th. Our company would do its utmost to redress the situation and issue compensation. Yeah, so like this was like Maggie / Colt Walker. Irma was on the train, I remember. AR-18, right. This was the AR-18 / Irma, like, event. Because, like, Irma was on the train because Irma wanted to get more information, like, about, like, the doctor that made her and shit. AR-18 was on the train for, like, her own mission. And then, like, this was an introduction to Maggie, Colt Walker, for, like, her fucking, like, sister Foxhood thing, for, like, her illegal shit. Which... I'm still confused at, like, how they got into Griffin at this point. All I remember is that, like, at the end of the event, like, after the train got flipped, like, our team went there, and it was, like, it was Car 98 and Lee Einfeld that, like, in their team that went over to the train. Any civilians that didn't die, like, our team saved. And then Irma joined Griffin and Kyogre because she has nowhere to go. And then AR-18 joined because reasons. Yeah. A lot of that event technically had nothing to do with the commander also. That was like during the Irma storyline. And the Irma storyline is connected to the Lunacia storyline. So we needed more backstory for Irma technically. And that's what the Future Train event was, which was like 3 events ago. Passengers who departed on their own during the rescue and process may contact us at any time if they feel unwell afterwards, and we will bear the corresponding treatment cost. Once again, we offer our most sincere apologies. Yeah, and they never really explain it. All I remember is that she had her own missions, though. She had her own mission that she was doing. Irma is connected to Lunacia, so like she was gonna end up joining G&K eventually because, like, you know. That's, like, the logical step for the storytelling. I mean, like, AR-18 acts like she doesn't care about Irma, but AR-18 is part of, like, the T-Doll group that is, like, with the Irma, like, the Irma sisters or whatever like that. So, she acts like she doesn't care, but I'm pretty sure she joined Griffin because of Irma, though. Even though she says that's not the reason. Because, like, what's her fucking name? M190 or whatever. Like, she even asked, like, if AR-18 was with Irma, like, at the time. So, I'm pretty sure, like, all the sister dolls for that group, like, they want to be together, even though they don't act like they want to. Well, they all act like they hate Irma, because Irma is the center point of all that. But however, they had to protect Irma. It's the same deal with Anti-Rain. Like, all of Anti-Rain is there to protect M4A1, aka Lunacia. They're all there to protect M4A1. And with the Dr. Hume dolls, they're all kind of meant there for Irma. They're all there for Irma also. So Irma and M4A1 kind of have the same thing going on with their sisters, where, like, the sisters need to, like, protect them and shit. Yeah. AR-18 is just very tsundere. And then, like, even when Irma found out that AR-18 was, like, her sister bot or whatever, she's all like, oh my god, you're my sister, we need to stay together. AR-18 was like, no, forget about mother, since, like, that's what Irma calls him. You know, like, she was like, no, forget about him. He was a bad person. Like, just go do whatever you want to do, whatever. But then Irma like wouldn't leave AR-18 alone. So pretty sure that the real reason is because AR-18 just had to be like next to Irma, basically. No, if they develop any chronic illnesses in the future, they can't just blame it on breathing the air in the contamination zone. That's too risky for us. Then what if we don't mention anything about issuing compensation, and just declare that our jurisdiction does not cover routes which operate beyond our borders? We can re-emphasize that there is no problem with the train safety inspection reports within our own territory. That won't do either. It'll make us look weak and incompetent. Not to mention, it'd affect our other international routes. This actually kind of like interests me, like from a political standpoint, because like Paradias is the reason why the train flipped over, and these are like some regular ass like manager dudes trying to like figure out how to save the company. Now I kind of wonder, like, is the same company like in operation of the train system that we took on GFL2, or is this company gonna go under right now, and like it's another company in GFL2? I don't know. This is irrelevant information for the story, but like I'm always interested in like over analyzing like the world building for like games and fictional universes. Like Beastars is that furry anime with like the wolf and the bunny chick or whatever like that, and like it's supposed to be a drama series actually, but like I don't care about the drama. The one thing that interests me about that Beastars anime, that Beastars furry anime, was the politics around it. Like is racism like a thing in there? Since like there's obviously like different races of animals, and like how does like the fucking food, how does like the food situation work? Like, do they have to split like carnivore food and like herbivore food separately or some shit? There's a 10-year difference. That's true. 10 years is a lot of time for like a company go down under. It's like, say what you will about like Bethesda games, but like that's what I actually really like about Bethesda, and that like Bethesda, they do that overthinking shit that I love so much. Like Bethesda in all of their games, they will like not only like create like a thriving world, but they're putting all the other shit that no one but me will care about. Like they're putting like a whole fucking politics system in there, and like they write a fucking backstory on like the history and like even how the people live and shit. Like this is why I literally like still haven't live streamed Skyrim or anything, or any of the Morrowind series, because if I were to start live streaming Skyrim, this channel will basically be two things. It will be Bethesda Morrowind games and Mika GFL games. That's what this channel will turn into, because I will spend so much time like reading the fucking books in the Morrowind Bethesda games, because they have like full books like in there. They have like fictional books within the universe. They have history books within the universe, and I think they even have like fucking like political and like accounting books like within the universe. Like yeah, like Bethesda like overwrites like their games, and that's what I like. I love to see the overwriting stuff. I'm pretty sure Mika only like gets halfway for me for that. That's what Project Neurocloud is actually. Project Neurocloud like basically has like almost no connection to like GFL 1 and GFL 2 basically, but Project Neurocloud, it fills so many gaps in the world building for Girls Frontline, because like the one thing that I always wanted in Girls Frontline storytelling, I want to know about the civilian dolls. I want to know about the civilian dolls. I want to know about like how people interact with the civilian dolls and shit. And I get that. I get that backstory in Project Neurocloud. Like Maghilda is like a boxing doll. Undini is like a fucking like parade doll or whatever. Kimi is a Miko doll. Dupin is a detective male doll and shit. Like, I really love Project Neurocloud for like giving me like more world building for Girls Frontline, because Girls Frontline is more about the main story, obviously. So like, that's fair. That's fair for Girls Frontline to be more about the main story, but like I really did want like a side game for like the world building, and that's what Project Neurocloud is. So it's like, it's actually hard for me to even like recommend Project Neurocloud to people without telling them like, if you like Girls Frontline, then like you could play Project Neurocloud for backstory. But if you only play Project Neurocloud, you won't be connected to GFL though. So like it depends. It depends on what you want out of it. I think the best way I can even try and even recommend Project Neurocloud to people without trying to recommend GFL is like, if you want like cute backstories on like cute characters and you don't care about like the overarching plot in GFL, then you can play Project Neurocloud without playing the other games. Because Project Neurocloud has nothing to do with like Lunacia or like Paradius. And Paradius is still the antagonist in GFL2. Paradius is still around. So we didn't get rid of them in GFL 1. So like, so Project Neurocloud is just kind of like its own thing, honestly. So like, that's the only way I can really recommend Project Neurocloud to people. I'm still very skeptical about like the amount of money that like Girls Frontline 2 is making right now. Yes, $21 million, right? $21 million or whatever. I still am skeptical that like the money is going to remain that constant. Like, basically, they made a lot of money at the start. I wouldn't be surprised if like the next few months like is just gonna like go down at that point. 15 million, 10 million, 5 million. Like, they're just gonna go down a lot basically in the next few months, I think. Because like, from what I know of spoilers, like for the GFL2 storyline, the story does not make it any easier for newcomers like coming into the story, from what I know. So like, you have to know Paradius. You have to know like the Sanvis Ferris characters. You gotta know who Griffin and Kyogre are. Because if you don't know who these characters are, you're not attached to them. So I am skeptical about the amount of money that like they're going to make. The only way that they maintain the money that they're going to make is if they go the Genshin Impact route, like fully. Like, obviously we know the gacha is Genshin Impact style, but like definitely like not in the way they run the company and not the way they run the advertisements and shit. So if they really want to go down the Genshin Impact route and make like a shit ton of money, then like they gotta just do whatever Genshin Impact is doing, which means they gotta be more scummy with the gacha, and they also gotta do more advertisement, like do more heavy advertisement. They also need to start hiring YouTubers. They gotta start hiring like YouTubers and streamers to play the game like all the time. And then they gotta find animators too. Because even Blue Archive does that. Blue Archive has like YouTube animators like that they're paying to like make more animations. Because like that bolsters the fan base. And here's the thing. I don't play Blue Archive. I streamed it one time and then I didn't play it anymore. But I still get Blue Archive animation videos in my feed because I watch them. Because they're funny. They're funny. And then like MiHoYo is paying so much money for like these Genshin Impact animators that like don't directly work for them. These are fan animations technically, but like they spend so much time and money to bolster the fan base for Genshin Impact. So yeah, you guessing 3 to 4 million spikes in some special occasions? I could see that, like holidays or something. I will say I am like on the fence on whether or not I feel like I want GFL to be like mainstream or not. I'm curious, like in another timeline, like what it would look like if GFL got mainstream. Like, I'm talking like full-on Twitch streamers, YouTube streamers, people making fan art, fan animations all the time or whatever, people making high-quality fan animations, high-quality fan games, doujins everywhere and shit. But then like the game story gets more and more scummy like as it goes down or something, versus the game remaining niche or whatever like that. I mean, like, you could go the Nikkei route, which I think Nikkei is like the best of both worlds, where the Nikkei devs are kind of like doing whatever they want, but they're also like pushing hard for advertisements and shit. I think Nikkei is a good middle ground for that. Where, like, they're not doing scummy Genshin Impact stuff, but, like, they are, like, kind of, like, pushing a lot for, like, advertisement and, like, notoriety, basically. Because, like, a lot of, like, sus stream, I'll call them sus. Like, sus streamers, like, they are, like, getting paid by Shift Up to, like, talk about the game more. Whereas, like, Genshin Impact, it feels more like family friendly, right? Genshin Impact is like a lot more family friendly. I'm starting to get that from Zenless Zone Zero also. Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Star Rail, and like Genshin Impact, all three of them have a much more family friendly kind of like advertisement thingy about them. Even though ZZZ is probably like the most like fan servicey of the three games, it's still pretty surprisingly like not as fan servicey as like what Nikkei could be, for example. Blue Archive is top in Dojo Market without even trying. I mean, the Blue Archives definitely got lollies. They got the lolly market, like not just lollies. I think Blue Archive, the one thing that they have over like MiHoYo and Shift Up, Blue Archive is not afraid to go full on into like the tropes basically. Blue Archive basically is kind of like Asia Lane in that respect, where like both Asia Lane and Blue Archive, they got like almost like every kind of trope you can imagine. Nikkei almost seems allergic to lowly characters. There's almost no lowly characters at all in Nikkei. And, like, even, like, Girls Frontline 2 seems like they're trying to get away from the lowly aspect as well. Genshin Impact does have lowlies, but Genshin Impact also doesn't have fan service, though. Like, not obvious fan service, like, in the way, like, the other games do. I think MiHoYo wants to maintain their family-friendly appeal for the most part. Obviously, their ZZZ is more provocative in advertisement, but until I start seeing like Nikkei levels of fan service in ZZZ, since that's the only one I'm playing right now, like I'll withhold any judgment about MiHoYo like trying to go like the Nikkei route or BA route or anything like that. Because MiHoYo right now, like they're sweeping up like the whole like. At least they're sweeping up, like, the whole, like, overworld, like, gacha thing. I think it'd be really hard for, like, almost, like, any other gacha game to kind of, like, step in the toes of, like, Genshin Impact. I know Wuthering Waves tried hard. They tried it. Wuthering Waves gave their best, but I don't think WA is gonna do it. I don't think Wuthering Waves is gonna get there. WW, what they call it. Okay, Star Wars, I heard, has some pretty good husbandos, actually. Honkai Star Rail's got them. ZZZ is the only one they have that has furries in it. So, like, I guess if you want furries, you go to ZZZ. I don't really give a shit about ZZZ for the most part. I'm not ZZ, furries, I mean. I don't really give a shit as long as the characters are fun. But I know some people are, like, really turned off by furries. So, like, if a game has furries in it, they just won't play it. I can respect that. Like, if a game just has something that you truly don't like, then, like, I can respect that. I know that, like, I've already seen some people post on Reddit that say that, like, if GFL 2 has lolly characters in it, they won't play it anymore or something. Like, a lot of people are just that strong. They feel that strongly about lolly characters in anime games. I guess, like, the only thing I can say about that is that GFL does have lollies, though. So, I feel like it's only a matter of time for GFL 2 to get lollies. We're not going to have any right now, but, like, I don't know the future for GFL 2, obviously. However, the lolly characters that we did have, though, like, they have aged them up, technically. Like, MP5 was a lolly, and they aged her up. And then G11 was always in that weird position. I'm not sure if I would count G11 as lolly or not. Maybe she's more petite, but G11 definitely seems taller in GFL 2. Than she does in GFL 1. I feel like G11 was definitely one of the more smaller girls in GFL 1, so... I mean, Noggin Revolver is in GFL 2, but she was always petite, though. She was never really a lolly character in GFL 1. I guess I'll see if in the future GFL 2 gets an actual lolly character in there, and then, like, maybe we'll see people complain on Reddit for a few months, or maybe not even a few months. Maybe 1 month. We'll get 1 month of people complaining that they added a lolly to the game, and then, like, they just leave or something. We only have like one loli in Nikkei, and that's Ray. Ray's like the only loli in Nikkei right now. So yeah. Well, rather than call it an art style change, isn't it more like it's just more consistent now? Because this is like everybody is drawn the same style compared to like old school gacha games where they had like 100 different artists. So I don't think it's more of an art style change. It's more like we're just going with consistency basically. Because that used to be the old school style. The old school style of gacha was like, hey, like we need to have like 100 girls on launch date, and we can't have one dude draw 100 girls. So we're gonna hire like different Pixif artists, and we're gonna hire like different DeviantArt artists, and like, you know, we're just gonna like have everyone draw 2 or 3 girls or something. Because Conco did that too. Conco, Azure Lane did it, or whatever like that. Until eventually, I think Azure Lane kind of settled for like the top 10 artists that they have. Also, like, with more consistency, it does kind of also reduce the chance of drama, like we got in GFL 1. You remember the whole artist thing with like anti-rain team in GFL 1? So if you have like just one like actual designer for like GFL 2, it definitely reduces the chance that like we get that whole debacle again in GFL 2. And Arc Knights, the whole Arc Knights GFL thing and anti-rain and whatever. I do have to admit though, I was one of the people that complained about art consistency back then for like old gacha games. However, I kind of miss it now. Now I kind of miss it because I used to be able to recognize art styles. Like whenever I would play like a new gacha game to try out, like, you know, like I said, back then they would hire like 100 different artists to like draw all the girls or something. And then like I'd go through the index and I'd be like, oh, I recognize that art style. I know that one. And then like I look up the art and then I look up the artists. And like I'm like, oh, I was right. I did know the artists. But now we don't have that anymore. I think a lot of modern games now, they're going for consistency. So they would rather have like one main designer, maybe two main designers, like on the team that work together. So that way like everybody looks the same now, rather than like have like different like artists like work on it and shit. I guess it depends like how serious you want your story to be. Because let's face it, a lot of older gacha games, the stories are really like surface level, right? Like, you know, big monster comes by and try to take over the world. It's a fantasy like style gacha game, knights and wizards or whatever. You gacha for like hot, sexy sorcerer with big tits. You gacha for like lowly swordsman girl or whatever. You go and save the world. Like not that, it's not that deep. It's not that deep basically. I do feel like there was definitely a shift in gacha games for like wanting to be more than just like a fucking mobile phone game, which I don't like actually. I don't like. Girls Frontline 2, in my opinion, is like way too handsy to be considered a phone game. Like Nikkei has just barely enough interaction to not be that way for me. I mean, Nikkei has a PC client, but like, Nikkei definitely feels like a phone game to me. GFL 2 does not feel like a phone game. Genshin Impact does not feel like a phone game to me. ZZZ does not feel like a phone game to me. Any game that like actually, any gacha game that actually requires me to like, have to like fucking hold it like a controller is not a phone game, in my opinion. You made a console game that like you need to put on phones because you want to sell gacha basically. That's the way that I see it. And what I don't like about like this shift in like trying to make these this like fucking like new style of games that like have to be on every system, it means that like you have to make the game to the lowest, least powerful console. And do you know what the least powerful console is? It's not the Nintendo Switch, it's the phone. They have to make it playable on phones. And to me, that means that like they're always gonna be limited by what they're allowed to do with the game engine. And I don't want to see that. I don't want to see games evolve like that. Because that means, like, unless we make some headway, like major headway, like in phone technology in the future, the phone will always be the weakest link for, like, any of these games. Because they have to make sure that phones can run it. At the very least, I would hope that companies in the future will at least say that, like, oh yeah, our game's not meant to be played on potato phones. You better have top of the line or something. However, I don't think that's going to happen, though. They're going to want to make sure their games can run on potato phones, so that way they can make more money. That's just the way the business works, right? The larger the customer base you have, the more money you make, and money will always be the defining factor, which is too bad. Like, if there is no future gacha game, like after, you know, someday whenever Nikkei goes EOS, or like whenever Girls Frontline goes EOS, I don't know what the future is for my gameplay, for my game playing habit. Like, I may just give up gacha games altogether and just play console games only or something. Well, when I say console games, I do mean the PC also, but you guys know what I mean. Like, just regular, like, just normal games. Like, you pay $60 or $50 or whatever, and then you get a game. You know, just regular games, basically. I don't know. I guess it depends on, like, what the future of gacha, like, holds and how high quality they become. I've seen, like, all these new gachas pop up, and, like, none of them really appeal to me. Right now, it's Nikkei and GFL, and, like, I don't really know what's up. I mean, I am playing ZZZ, but again, like, it's really hard for me to classify that as gacha, though. Really hard. That's a console game, man. That's a fucking console game that is pretend to be a gacha, or pretend to be a phone game. Anyway, back to, like, these dickheads. The fucking train managers. In that case, should we invoke force majeure? Financial loss is inevitable, but why are you so desperate to lose your own head? And what am I supposed to write? You tell me. Calm down. Let me think. Do we have any subsidiaries that involve Soviet companies? Yes, there's a company that manufactures the glass used in train carriages, and the one that makes steering wheels. Then blame it on the glass. Say we discovered a problem with the quality of the glass while investigating the cause of the incident. In order to prevent such problems, we will reevaluate our QA standards and offer our deepest apologies, then throw out some vague compensation criteria. Right. The PR director rubs his eyes, which are ringed with dark circles, and starts typing away on his keyboard again. The most important point is that the future train is absolutely safe, and both governments have done their best. Nobody wanted this to happen, but it's a Soviet company who dropped the ball. Our only fault was that our QA standards were too lax, you understand? Got it. Take a look at this version. The door is suddenly flung open, and several men in black come charging in. All of you, drop what you're doing right now and put your hands behind your head. Who are you? The leader produces his identification. The police. Take everyone in the company away and log on their data. Set up the machines to copy their dolls' memories. What's going on? There must be some mistake. Our boss is a valued member of the Socialist Unity Party. Sirs, please cooperate. Put your hands behind your head and move towards the door slowly. The black-clad men fling into the office soon have the situation completely under control. The dolls that followed them in promptly start packing up and scanning all the documents in the office. They also haul away a stack of information on the train's passengers, as well as the CCTV monitors. One of the black-clad men walks up to the desk where the manager and the PR director were racking their brains a few minutes ago. It is covered in stacks of information concerning the train. He picks up the passenger manifest sitting on top of a pile. Male, age 32, first class, partial remains found. Male, age 21, survival confirmed. Female, age 19, partial remains found. So, they keep using this background. I'm pretty sure I joked about this before. But, like, the lion head thing, though. Like, this is definitely, like, a Griffin and Kyogre hallway, right? But, like, they tend to use this background for, like, office shit. But, like, there's no way that every office in fucking Germany or whatever that they're based in has, like, a fucking lion head statue, like, around. That's gotta be a Griffin and Kyogre thing. Only Griffin and Kyogre would have, like, the lion head statue. So, like, stop using this fucking background. The aroma of instant coffee tantalizes Jay's senses, and the look on Kay's face is innocuous as ever. You know what? I don't like how, like, professional Kay has become. You remember the first time we met Kay? He looked like a fucking hobo and shit? I kind of miss that Kay. Like, the Kay that we know now is, like, super secret MIB agent Kay. Like, he just doesn't seem like the same Kay that we met back then. Air K. Yeah, I don't like the new K. I like the old K. I have a problem. That's actually not my problem. I have a friend who's recently been having some trouble. Oh? Tell me about it. So, this friend of mine recently landed his dream job. But his mentor, his superior. What about his superior? His superior is very nice to him. She'd have lunch with my friend at the cafeteria, shows him where the conference room is, and even organizes invoices for him. Is he talking about Q? Is he talking about Q? To be fair, Hobo K was an undercover agent, and he's good at being a hobo. I know. I'm just saying that, like, I liked his undercover thing. Like, seeing him, like, so professional now seems so weird compared to how we met him before. But, like, this is the real K. I understand, like, this is the real K, but, like, I'm just saying that, like, I kind of wish that, like, his undercover thing was, like, his real personality. Because, like, he always seemed kind of on the up and up. But now, I see K for what he really is. He's a stateside dog. He's not our friend. At the very least, he's neutral. He's neutral to us, but he's not our friend, though. And what's the problem? The problem is that she's too nice. He can't be talking about Q. I don't think he's talking about Q. What do you mean, too nice? His superior is widely known to be a cold and ruthless woman, but he's talking about Q. He is definitely talking about Q. But isn't it a bit odd that she's so nice and gentle to a fresh grad like him? She even treats him to a meal every single month. Wait, that is Q. I think I remember Q and him talking about something like that. So? My friend is worried because he doesn't want to get he doesn't want to get into an office romance. But at the same time, he doesn't want to ruin his relationship with his superior. I get it. You understand what I mean, Air K. You suspect Q has a crush. I knew it! I fucking knew it! It is Q. It was so obvious. It was so obvious that it was Q. Also, I like how Kay's not even beating her on the bush either. Like Jay was trying to, like, make the story that, like, it was about his friend, and Kay could have played along. He could have played along with it, but instead, like, he knows that Jay was talking about himself. Also, look at the fuck at this. Look at this. KJ, 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 KJ. Is there gonna be at least this right here, like Black Hat Officer, where we're up, like at least like that, like is actual like a name or something. But like, are we going to get like a scene where like it's just stateside agents or whatever? Look at this AK-15. See like AK-15, praying for police stall. So like that's fine. But like, is there gonna be like a fucking like stateside scene where like it's gonna be like J, K, and Q or something? It's gonna be letters? Is it just gonna be like fucking letters like on the side right here? Like it's all just agents or whatever? What agents have we met so far? Haven't we also met like Agent M or something? It's like J, K, Q, P, M, T or whatever like that. It's gonna be some fucking Men in Black shit in here. Everyone's a fucking agent. Ah! Please keep it down, Air K. I don't wish to tarnish Frau Q's reputation. I just want to resolve this peacefully. This would indeed tarnish her reputation if word got out. Frau Q is a lovely person. I don't want to hurt her. So, you want to tactfully reject her without hurting her feelings. If only we could have had... Oh, you mean Light? Yeah, Light was... It was too bad to lose Light, honestly. I'm still a little bit sad that, like, he didn't take Miss Gray's offer to join Paradias. Because, like, that could have been such a cool thing for him to be, like, a double agent or something. Like, I know that Paradias does brainwashing, but, like, if Light was, like, that, like, heroic, though, he still could have probably said yes, and, like, maybe he could have, like, resisted the brainwashing. You know what I'm saying? They could have had, like, a male Paradias doll or some shit. He could have been, like, a fucking ringleader, Stretlet or some shit like that, and, like, he could help out, like, Team Defy or something. But no, he had to be a hero to the very end. So, like, after Gray offered him to join Paradias, he was all like, fuck you. I'd never join you. And then he died. Like, yeah, he didn't... He just wanted to, like, stick to his guns, I guess. Alright, I'm going to assume that Q does not have a crush on Jay. I'm going to assume that Q's only doing it to mess with him. She'd have lunch with him at the cafeteria, show him what all the rooms is, organize this shit. I assume Q does not like him. I assume Q has to be messing with him. That's simple. We're agents where lives are always on the line. So whatever we do, we make it quick. Which is why I suggest you just talk to her and clear the air. Won't that be too direct? Not at all. Q is a strong woman. I'm sure she can take your rejection in stride and maintain her friendship with you. But only if you're honest with her about what you think. Starting from the moment you realize she had feelings for you. You have a point, Air K. Q will be here for a meeting in 15 minutes. She always arrives early, so take this opportunity to talk it out. Right. She's definitely messing with him. She's gotta be messing with him. Thank you, Air K. Don't mention it. I'm going in then. No, don't go in there. Don't go in there! Ah! Jay's eyes snap open as he jolts awake from his nightmare. Everyone in the conference room stares at him. Dayside Headquarters, Frankfurt. Agent J, it's disrespectful not to fall asleep while others are tolling away. Yoon, had the nerve to talk in your sleep. Jay looks blearily at Amaris, Sterling, and Brigitte, who is organizing files and documents in the office. Then darts a glance at Q, who is nonchalantly sipping her coffee off to the side. Seeing the cause of his nightmare, Jay can only try to shrug it off. He flips through the pages of something on his desk absentmindedly. Future dining's carriage business authorization plan. I didn't know selling lunchboxes on intercontinental trains is so profitable. But what does this have to do with Paradias? Sorry, that's for me to read. Please look through this one. The document is snatched out of his hand and replaced with another one. It's a copy of the statements given by employees of the company, signed by the head of operations, train attendants, barkeeper, etc. Oh, you know what's another thing too that I haven't talked about yet, but like it makes me wonder if it's true? So, you know how MiHoYo basically has like 3 body types for like the guys and girls? Like, there's the lowly body type, there's like the teenager body type, and then there's like the adult body type, and they just recycle like the bone structure and shit for like all their characters. It kind of makes me wonder if that's the route that like Mika's going. Like, that's why they like the unlowly their dolls basically. Like, That way they could just copy and paste like the bone structure and shit, because they didn't want to have to make like a new like lowly bone structure for like MP5 or something. It kind of makes me wonder if that's the reason. It would make sense from like a 3D like rendering standpoint. Like maybe in the future when they get like more time to actually like make a brand new body, then we'll get lowly characters in the game or something. But like right now, like they haven't like put time aside for that. So basically all the dolls in GFL 2, they gotta have the same body type basically, because like they didn't like set aside time to make new body types. Because, like, in MiHoYo games, like, you know, like, you could, like, compare, like, the walk cycles for, like, all the characters, and, like, you could see they all walk the same way, basically. Even when it would not be, like, thematically correct. Like, for example, like in Genshin Impact, like, Jean and Lisa are, like, in the adult woman category. But, like, here's the thing, though. The way they walk and everything, though, like, it's, like, the very, like, flirtatious, like, supermodel walk. That only works for, like, you know, like the curvaceous, like big titty characters, like Lisa, or like any of the flirty ones. But like for Jean, it would definitely be out of character for her to walk that way, though. But she does walk that way. She walks the same way because, like, you know, they're just copying and pasting like the walk cycle and like the body structure and everything. But like, she definitely would not walk that way, like realistically in lore, though. Like she wouldn't like be all like again, like, all the female adult characters in, like, Genshin Impact, they all walk like they're walking on a catwalk or something. Like, they're on the fucking supermodel, like, walkway and shit. And then the lowly characters, too. Like, Klee and, like, the little zombie girl and shit, like, they all walk out, like, with their fucking arms extended and shit. Which is fine for those two characters, because, like, they're kids. But then, there's that cat girl, though. And I know that for the cat girl, her race is just small. So she's an adult character, though. Like, she's like fucking 30 or something. And she has like an alcoholic bar or some shit. But like, since they're just copying and pasting, though, her walk cycle is the same as Klee. It's the same as like Klee and like the little zombie girl. But she's not a kid. She's not a kid. Her race is just small. But you know, they're just copying and pasting. So that's why like I'm using that as an example for like what I think Girls Frontline 2 is doing. So yeah. No, you're right. And like, you know what also used to have like all their own special animations? Honkai Star Rail used to have that too. Honkai Star Rail also used to like try and give the characters like their own animations. And then they removed it. They made everyone more generic. Because like, and here's the thing. It was actually in the game at the beginning too, but then they removed it. And a lot of people suspect that like, they had to remove it because, like, they had to make sure everyone was generic. Because if the first few characters had, like, their own unique, like, animations, then, like, the players are going to expect every character to have their own unique animations. And, like, that was too much work. Or that was more work than what MiHoYo was gonna do. So they basically had to take it back. It's like, oh, like, I hope you enjoyed your custom animations because we're gonna take it back now. That actually happened in ZZZ also, by the way. So, like, in ZZZ, we had, like, 2 of our characters had, like, their own special, like, animations, in the city. They're not there anymore. They got replaced with fucking generic animations. And, like, right now, everyone's saying that, like, that's the reason why they're doing it. Because, like, they didn't want the players to think that it was gonna be a normal thing. So rather than just leave it in there as like an Easter egg, they removed it so that way they want new players to like, who don't know about it, to just think that like all the animations will be generic. Which sucks. That sucks, man. They also used to be like special attack animations depending on like your party members in ZZZ. And like, they removed that as well. I mean, to be fair, only one character had it, though. Only one character had it. But, like, we're kind of hoping they put it back then. Because, like, right now, everyone just is using, like, just the generic, like, tagging, like, animation. Because it did seem like, at least in ZZZ, the idea was that like if you use like everyone's like lore accurate team, that there would be custom animations for like the tagging system. However, maybe that's too much work. Maybe that's too much work. So now everyone just has generic tagging like animation now. I don't know. It does seem like something MiHoYo would do though, to save money. To save money on like not having to make those animations. I hope GFL 2 does not go that route where like they just copy and paste everything because it'd just be easier. I don't know if they'll go that route, but here's the funny thing though. In GFL 1 and in Project NeuroCloud, everybody does have their own special animation. So like I don't get what makes GFL 2 and MiHoYo games any different. I guess maybe because like it's a full-fledged model compared to like GFL 1's like the PNG like chibi dolls. And then like Project NeuroCloud has 3D, but like it's chibi models and they're low polygon. So I assume the low polygon count of like the chibi models in PNC and the 2D artwork for like the dolls as well, like they're just easier to work with. So that's why everyone's allowed to have custom animations in GFL 1 and PNC. But then like the moment we go into like full-fledged models though, I guess it just gets too hard. It gets too hard or it gets too expensive maybe. And that's why companies don't want to do it. Not unless like it's obviously for like a full-fledged game. Like, I don't know, a console game I guess. Like a AAA game, right? Like Stellar Blade or like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or something. Obviously Square like spends like fucking $30 million per game. So Square makes sure that everyone has custom animations. So yeah. Could also be a storage problem. Oh yeah, you're right. You just made me remember that these had to fucking be on a fucking phone. You just made me remember that. Phone! Like I said, like, the lowest common denominator. Fucking phone shit. Yeah, like, at least, like, if it's, like, a fucking single-player game, like, the size of the game doesn't really matter anymore now these days. It's not like back in the day when, like, all of our games were, like, on fucking CDs or some shit, or DVDs. It's like, if it's on a DVD, it has to fit 4 gigabytes. If it's on the CD, it has to fit 700 megabytes. If it's on, like, a fucking cartridge, it has to fit, like, 16 megabytes or some shit like that. Nowadays, games could just be whatever the fuck size they want, man. Especially, like, you know, like, with, like, updates and shit. I feel like every Steam game I download, for example, every Steam game I download, it starts off at like, a fucking 3 gigabyte game. And then, like, you give it a year, and my 3 gigabyte game is, like, 20 gigabytes. And I'm all like, wait, why is this so big now? I don't remember it being that big when I first installed it. But then it's like, you know, update after update after update. You gotta add in the DLC or whatever shit like that, you know? So, like, the game just gets fucking huge, man. I think World of Warcraft, like, can easily get to, like, 100 gigabytes now or some shit like that. I think I remember some people joking that, like, if you never deleted, like, the redundant files from, like, World of Warcraft, if you, like, had it installed since the beginning, you could easily reach, like, 1 terabyte of, like, files in World of Warcraft. But again, like, a lot of those are, like, redundant files, like, only if you installed the game, like, a long time ago, and, like, you never reinstalled it, basically. I remember that used to be a thing that people, like, were talking about back then. It's like, oh, yeah, like, I had World of Warcraft installed on my computer, like, since, like, fucking vanilla. And it's like, bro, it's been like fucking 10 years. Like, you need to reinstall or whatever like that. Like, if you haven't reinstalled it. Because now there's a bunch of files on your computer that, like, is just taking up space. And then, like, you go from, like, being, like, 100 gigabytes to, like, back to 10 or some shit like that. So, yeah. It also means that you have a PC from 2003. Well, not necessarily. Like, it could also just mean that, like, you've just been migrating the same hard drive from, like, 2003 to like today or whatever. I know that for some people like me, we are a little bit lazy when it comes to like migrating shit to a new like a new computer. So when we do get a new computer, if we are going to get a new hard drive, we clone it. Like, we clone our old hard drive So that way, like, everything's, like, in the same way as it was before or something. Assuming that we're not going to upgrade OS systems. You know, like, assuming that we're not upgrading OS systems. But you're right, though. In most cases, like, when you do have an old PC like that, you probably are going to upgrade OS. So, like, you would definitely have to, like, reinstall everything anyway. The only thing that you would just copy word for word would be, like, your data hard drives. Like, you know, you have a hard drive that has all your pirated games on it or some shit. Your media hard drive, right? It has all your fucking anime and your fucking pornographic hentais on it or whatever like that. Anything that's a program, you gotta reinstall, though. You're gonna have to reinstall Steam. You technically don't need to actually reinstall the games, though, actually. Steam is pretty smart about that now. If you install Steam, but you install all your games on a different hard drive, and that hard drive is just a data hard drive, you can definitely migrate that data hard drive to your new PC. And then for your new PC, after you reinstall Steam, you can redirect Steam. You could go to the settings in Steam, and you could tell Steam to, like, look for the games in, like, your C hard drive or your H hard drive or something. And then, like, it'll read the Steam folder on that hard drive. And then Steam will be like, oh, like, I detect that you have, like, 100 games on this. Like, do you want me to use that hard drive for your games? And you say yes. And then you don't actually have to reinstall. I know Steam is pretty smart about that. I think Blizzard does the same thing, too. With Blizzard, if you use, like, the Battle.net launcher, you can definitely just, like, copy over your hard drive to, like, a different computer. And then, like, all you gotta do is just reinstall the program, but you don't gotta reinstall the games, though. But again, though, like, it is usually recommended that, like, you reinstall your games, though, because, like, if it's an old game, you probably have, like, a lot of redundant files on it, though. So, like, usually you would reinstall it, right? Just to make sure everything's fresh. At least, like, that's supposed to be what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to reinstall everything fresh. But, you know, that depends on how many games you got, though. That depends how many games you got and, like, how much you really want to reinstall. I actually don't have a big Steam library. Like, surprisingly. And that's only because I still prefer not to use a launcher to, like, launch all my shit. I will buy games from Steam for only 2 reasons. 1, it's only available on Steam. Or two, it's a fucking game that where, like, I can't, like, get mods for without using the workshop or something, like XCOM, for example. So I'll get the Steam version of that. Because, like, for XCOM 2, definitely, I want to get the GOG version of that. Like, because the GOG version is standalone. I don't gotta, like, reinstall, I don't gotta install Steam for that or whatever. However, I wanted mods. And unfortunately, if I use GOG, I would be limited to, like, mods from, like, Nexus mods or whatever, or, like, Game Banana. You're not allowed to connect to the Steam Workshop without having the game itself. There is a piratey way version of doing it, but, like, the piratey way of getting Workshop mods from Steam is not 100%, like, good, because, like, you're reliant on people having the game and then re-uploading the files to, like, a pirating website. So you may not get everything. So in the case of the Workshop, I definitely had to get the Steam for it. But yeah, for most games, though, I will not buy it from the Steam if it's available anywhere else, and I don't need mods for it. If there's going to be mods for it at all, basically. So most of my games are actually just standalone programs, actually. Like, for example, right now, like, Steam avatars, I looked. I checked for Stream avatars. That's a Steam-only thing. So, like, I have to run Steam for Stream avatars. And same thing, too, for VTuber Studio. VTuber Studio is a Steam-only thing. However, the developers for VTuber Studio was smart. Within the program folder for VTuber Studio, you can run it without Steam. There's an exe file. There's actually an exe file in the VTuber Studio that like runs it without Steam. So like good on them. Good on them for doing that. And there's reasons why. There's reasons why you would want to do that actually. It's actually very good for people like me who do like 2 PC setups basically, because like if you try to do like a 2 PC setup for streaming, it's like, you know, I have Steam on the gaming computer and then I have Steam on the streaming computer, and then, you know, you try to run it on both computers, and then Steam is all like, you logged in on 2 computers. No, I don't like that. You gotta like log out on the other computer or some shit. And like, for people that don't know, like, they would just be all like, oh, can't just go into offline mode or something. Offline mode doesn't work all the time. It depends on the game and the program that you're trying to use. Since VTuber Studio's not a game, VTuber Studio is a program. Like some games require online connectivity, so you have to go online with it. And like same thing too for like some programs. Some programs require like online activity. So like if you try to go offline, they just straight up don't work, you know? So being able to like utilize like some of these programs or games without having to run Steam actually helps me out a lot, because I use a 2 PC setup. It's a very specific problem, and obviously not everyone does it. That's why a lot of companies don't care about it. It's like, oh, like, look at this guy trying to use a 2 PC setup. He's so fancy. And then, like, you know, people like me are kind of shit out of luck sometimes. Which is why I'm not afraid to admit this, but which is why that if I can, and I will pirate something if I have to. Even if I legitimately have the game on Steam, because, like, I need to run another program, but, like, because of my 2 PC setup, like, you know, I can't fucking run Steam on 2 computers without Steam having a fucking hissy fit. I think I remember people also trying to ask, like, the Steam devs themselves, too. It's like, can you do a thing for people with 2 PC setups or something? But Steam answered, though. They answered back, and they said no. It's like, really? Because a lot of us are streamers, and, like, we would like it if you guys can, like, do, like, a 2 PC exception rule or something. But, like, Steam was like, no. Because if we make an exception, then everyone's going to use the exception. So, yeah, like, Steam already answered. Steam was like, no, there's not going to be, like, a 2 PC stream setup exception or some shit like that. So, yeah, no. That's why, like I said, if I can, I'll try to get, like, the GOG version of a game if it's on PC, or at least get, like, a standalone version that's not on Steam if I have to. Since, like, some programs I use are Steam only, basically. And, like, I can't go offline with some of these programs, because they require a constant online connectivity for, like, what they do. So, yeah, that's what kind of sucks about them. VTuber Studio is not one of them. Thankfully, VTuber Studio, while it's only available through Steam, at least the devs were nice enough to have an exe file that does not need Steam to run. So, you need Steam to download it, but then after that, though, you no longer need Steam to run it anymore. But there are definitely a lot of other programs that, like, definitely require Steam and require you to be online, basically. So, yeah. If I remember, I think the Xbox One had that problem, too. Like, the Xbox One, when it was brand new, like, they were like, oh, yeah, you're gonna need an online connection all the time. And then people really complained about that. Like, people were like, yo, like, I work in the military, and we have an Xbox, and, like, you know, sometimes we need to play it online, but we don't get constant internet access sometimes. And then, like, I think Microsoft, like, killed their own PR right there or something. Because Microsoft was all like, we don't care, or some shit. Like, they didn't say that literally, but, like, they basically said something the same way. Like, you know, it's like, oh, like, you should have internet. It's the year 2020. Like, everyone has internet or something. Oh, wasn't it Blizzard that, like, also, like, killed their own PR too with, like, Diablo or something? I remember, like, I forget what Diablo, it was, like, the latest Diablo game, right? But, like, it was, like, a phone thing, and, like, it was like, oh, don't you have a phone or some shit? But that was Blizzard, right? Yeah, that was Blizzard. It's like, don't you have a phone or whatever? And people booed. They're like, boo, boo, or some shit. So, Yeah, like, I don't care if it's the year fucking 2060, 2050, guys. Hashtag GFL, but like, I don't care what time era you live in. Not everyone's gonna have a constant internet connection. So requiring the constant interconnection is just ass. It sucks. Anyway, what's Sterling saying? It's a copy of the statements given by employees of the company, signed by the head of operations, train attendants, barkeeper, etc. Remember, the train they're talking about was a future train. That's the train that Irma and Maggie were on. Jay flips through the documents quickly. According to both the barkeeper and the attendant, black market transactions are carried out on the train from time to time, but neither of them are aware of the specifics. They only know that the proprietor of the black market is generous with the profit shares. No wonder they've been able to stay under the radar for so long. That's Maggie. That was Maggie. Or Colt Walker. We should call her by her Griffin name now. Colt Walker. You know what? Since she has a real name, like she has a name that she was using, it'd be awesome to see Maggie in GFL 2. And also, like, she's not a lolly doll too. She's got that big mommy energy, so I could definitely see her working out as well. Also, she black. I'm just saying. If Mika really wants to like be inclusive and shit, like Colt Walker is a black girl, so like they could definitely include into GFL 2 if they really want to get that kind of money, that extra money income coming into GFL 2. It's like, look, it's a black waifu or whatever like that. You know? I'm just saying. Colt Walker is a black doll. How many dark-skinned dolls do we have, right? We don't have a lot. We don't have a lot of dark-skinned dolls. And yes, I didn't forget Nemesis. Nemesis is dark-skinned. I didn't forget Nemesis. I'm just saying though that like they could always use another one. They could always use another dark-skinned doll. And Colt Walker is one of them. The black market trade on board was disrupted because of the robbery portrayed by Vori. I'm kind of skeptical. It's all too much of a coincidence. If you know anything about how things work in the Neo-Soviet Union, you arrive at the opposite conclusion. To the Vori v. Sakon, fighting is second nature. This is all the information we have on the black market trade. Is Maggie still scamming people in 2074 and running on the train? That's a good question. That's a very good question. Is the Fox Sisterhood still a thing in 2074? The Fox Sisterhood? Wait, I just realized something. So, like, because the commander works in the Yellow Zone, and, like, he has to deal with traders to, like, buy shit, we could so meet Maggie as a trader. Like, maybe she doesn't do the train shit no more. Maybe Maggie's just a regular trader now. We could so meet her, like, as an NPC. So, like, she doesn't have to be a playable character, but she could just be, like, a trader character that, like, we buy shit from. Yeah, she could just change jobs, basically. Or, it's not really changing jobs, it's like a side grade. Instead of being, like, black market shit, she could basically be, like, a legitimate tradesman or something. Well, maybe she'll still deal some stuff under the table, you know? Like, we can meet Maggie as a trader, and then, like, you know, she'll recognize us or whatever. And then we'd be like, yo, Maggie, I need some doll frames, man. I'm out. Maggie could hook us up. He'd be like, oh yeah, come in. For you, Shiki-Con? Sure thing. I got some doll frames. I can give you. And then maybe we also might get, like a free unit too for Maggie. Like Maggie would be like, yo, I got a free doll right here I could give you. Cause like she's not good at the whole scamming people thing. The preliminary investigation reports mention that all black market transaction data is stored in a certain doll's neurocloud. But the dolls involved in the particular transaction were all taken in by Commander Griffin. Ayo! Do you guys think that, like, all of Maggie's shit might actually be a thing in GFL 2? That'd be kind of wicked, actually. How many illegal transactions do you think Maggie has in her neurocloud? She's got to have a lot of shit in that neurocloud. Has the commander supplied any information about them? Yes, but it's just the vague and general information you get in regular dolls' profiles. Maggie Ponzi, bartender. Catherine Ponzi, real estate agent. So Catherine is an SMG, and Maggie's a handgun. So either we get Catherine and Maggie as like playable characters, or they could be just tradesmen. They could be just regular traders. Brief? It's called Brief, right? They could be just like brief NPCs or something. Irma Hume, freelance writer. You get the idea. An entire Stasis department is going to be busy for weeks with Maggie's memory files. Why do they even bother? Sterling makes photocopies of another document and distributes them to everyone present. What's this? Their transaction ledger and how they split their profits? Holy crap! Even the train attendant got 30 ounces of Sardis gold from this. Here's a black market sales catalog. A volume of Faust is priced at 200,000 Sardis gold. Isn't that a massive ripoff? You know woefully little about money laundering in the art of the world. I see. What about this? Human Intelligence Research 17th edition. Why is this worth so much? Probably another way of laundering money. Jay skims through the catalog and tosses it aside. Amaris picks it up with a dazed look on her face. You know what? It's too bad that GFL2 is not more RPG styled. Because, like, if it was more RPG styled, then, like, I could definitely see, like, Maggie or Catherine, like, having, like, thief skills. I love thief skills in RPGs. Like Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem actually has thief skills, actually. Only because, like, Fire Emblem has, like, actual equipment you can steal and items. Like, you can steal potions and armor and shit. Like, I could see, like, Maggie, like, have, like, a melee thing where, like, if she stands next to an NPC, she could steal, like, an item or some shit. Unfortunately, that won't work in GFL2, though, because GFL2 doesn't have equipment. Or items, like, for that matter. It's like, the only thing that you could steal from, like, in GFL2 would be resources. But there's a problem with that, though. If they let someone steal resources in GFL2, all of a sudden now you can basically, like, farm. Now you can farm forever. And they definitely don't want that, because someone would make a bot. Someone's gonna make a bot where, like, you use Maggie, like, in one of the campaign missions that you can repeat forever. And then, like, maybe you could just literally do it, like, on stage 1 or something. And then, like, go to the nearest enemy, steal some, like, fucking gold or, like, combat reports, and then, like, restart the stage or something. So, there's no way they're ever gonna do that in GFL2. Not unless the devs overlook it. Not unless they really overlook it. Because the campaign stages in GFL2, you could play forever. Which, by the way, I actually did a small test, like, literally yesterday. Just because, like, you gain experience in GFL1. I wanted to see if you actually did get experience for doing stages. Like not commander experience, but I mean, like, T-Doll experience. So, like, I did, like, fucking, like, stage 4, like, stage 4-1, like 5 times. And I took a screenshot of the victory screen. Yeah, you don't get experience. You don't get experience. Which I think is kind of balls, because, like, you obviously get experience in GFL1, but you don't get experience in GFL2. So, eh. This book. Q, who hasn't said a word so far, suddenly puts down her coffee and stands up. Keep the catalog and take the rest of the stuff to Department 12 for intel analysis. Jay and Amara stay. Everyone else out. Yes, ma'am. We'll make the delivery right away. After the two dolls leave and close the door behind them, Q sits down from Jay, across from Jay and Amaris. Amaris, finish your sentence. If my memory serves me right, in Project NGAD, this document was among the reference materials for the inception of Daybreak. However, I don't know its contents. I believe it was the 16th edition back then. Thank you, Amaris. You could sign off for the day. Yes, ma'am. Amaris leaves the conference room. Now you see why we're handling this mission for the Neo-Soviet Union and why we let this doll into the Tetsa. Daybreak and Capita, Shaw and Hume, the kind of tech that the commander is dealing with. It's all connected somehow. Yo, why are we playing the epic music right now? Like, this music is like way too good, honestly. Okay, this music is kind of like that uplifting music, like during a boss battle, where it's like right after like the boss like beats down the heroes, and then the boss is all like hero, you will never defeat me. I'm using all the evil energy of the world or some shit. And then like it's gonna play this music. Like after the boss like gives his evil speech, it's gonna play this music, and then like the drums. Like when the drums start sounding and shit, like that's when the hero stands up. Like, he'll be struggling to stand up and shit. And then, like, the villain will be all like, wait, how are you standing up? And then the hero will be all like, you may be using, like, all the world's dark energy. But everyone knows that, like, the world's, like, positive energy. We're always beat it out somehow. Or, like, the hero will give, like, his own speech. And then, like, all, like, his party members will get up, too. And then, like, they'll use, like, the power of friendship to, like, beat the boss or something. That's what this music reminds me of, because, like, this music already sounds familiar to, like, other RPGs I've played. And the thing is, like, I'm not even complaining, actually. There it is. There's the drums. There's drums right there. I'm not even complaining because, like, that's my favorite trope in RPGs. Like, I don't care, like, how often I see it, and I see it, like, almost all the time. Like, to me, like, that heroic kind of thing I see in RPGs is just one of my favorite things. Like, I just like seeing the hero get up, like, after, like, a beatdown and shit like that. It's just so cool. I'll never get tired of it. Honestly, like, I really do like that generic RPG storytelling. I really do. And for some reason, I never get tired of it. And here's the funny thing. So, people of my generation who went into the gaming industry, since we grew up on it, anyone from my generation that's making RPGs or any kind of game story, we're not remaking those stories because we lived on it, we were raised on it, so we think there's too many of them. So I don't really see that generic type of RPG story anymore. And then the kids of like the next generation, they're not getting those generic RPG stories. So we're definitely gonna get a resurgence of like new RPGs that's gonna have that generic story, and I'm gonna fucking love it, man. I'm gonna fucking love it. The PS2 era was definitely the best era for RPGs. The PS2 and PS1 era had like the best generic RPGs in my opinion. I'm using the word generic here like very lovingly, by the way. Like, I don't mean that as an insult at all, but like, you know, when I say generic RPG, I just mean like, you know, like boy is a swordsman or some shit from like a hick town. His village burns down or some shit. He meets a girl. The girl doesn't always have to be a princess, but she has to be tied to the story somehow. He'll meet a random girl who may or may not be a princess. She'll get kidnapped. He has to go and save her or some shit. And like they get a romantic thing with each other. And the villain tries to break that romantic thing. And then they save the world. Like, I just like that. I really do like that. And I haven't gotten my fix other than like from indie RPGs. But I definitely feel like we're overdue to get that, like from the mainstream set. But like we haven't hit that yet though. Give it like another 5 more years, I might get that. I might get that kind of storytelling again. It's all connected somehow. What's that got to do with us? As your mentor, let me teach you something. Q pushes aside the stacks of paper on the desk between them. In 1892, inspired by a dust explosion in a flour mill, a German engineer called Diesel convinced the idea of compressing air in the cylinder to increase its temperature beyond the fuel's auto-ignition temperature, then injecting fuel into a cylinder under high pressure to ignite the air. In 1897, he successfully developed the compression ignition engine, which opened up a new path, with the development of the internal combustion engines. Okay, internal combustion engines. You're gonna start from the history of train engines? The creation of compression ignition engine aroused great interest in the global machinery industry. The engine was later named the diesel engine after its inventor. Even the fuel is now called diesel. Diesel engines were first used in stationary generators in 1898. They became the power source for the merchant ships in 1903 and were installed on warships in 1904. Then in 1913, the first diesel-powered internal combustion locomotive was built. The First World War broke out, which was also a war of internal combustion engines. Need some water. What has the tech got to do with us, you ask? Okay. Alright, so like you guys aren't seeing this, but since I'm playing this on the emulator, like I guess my emulator like auto-updated like Girls Frontline 2 when I wasn't looking. Because I got a fucking pop-up. I got a pop-up on my screen that says GFL2 installed. So I'm pretty sure that means it just updated on its own. I have GFL2 installed on an emulator on my computer, even though I have the PC client. And there's a reason why I do that. Because the PC client, like it takes up like more resources on my computer. And sometimes like it's just not worth it if I already have the emulator up and running, like for like Project NeuroCloud or something. So like I have GFL2 installed both on the emulator as well as the PC client. I'll use the PC client to like play the game, but if I just need to do like my dailies, I'll either do it on my phone or I'll just do it in the emulator. Since like obviously I just auto battle, right? I just auto battle that shit. So like I'll auto battle the dailies and whatever. That could be done on either my phone or the emulator. But if I need to actually play the game, then I'll run the PC client. And it's just easier for me to do it like that. There you have it. When Diesel refined the internal combustion engine in 1897, he never dreamed that his invention would be used for war, rather than as a simple train engine. It hasn't even been 2 decades since World War III ended. What do you think World War IV is going to look like? You mean it'd be a war of dolls? No. Wait. Is this going to be a GFL2 thing? Because that'd be kind of cool. That would be legit kind of cool. Imagine, like, the commander being, like, a real commander again. Like, he'll command, like, over, like, hundreds of dolls because, like, World War IV is gonna happen in GFL2 or something. That would be pretty lit, honestly. Also, like, either Paradias or, like, some third party is going to, like, spark the war, and then, like, the fucking UNRC, they're gonna beg the commander to come back. Like, the UNRC is gonna be like, hey, commander, I know that we treat you like shit, but, do you want to save humanity, please? Because we can't do it. We can't fight Paradias, and we need someone who's fucking doll sexual. And then, like, commander's gonna be, fine, I'll come back. I'll come back, but not for you guys, but because I want to save humanity or some shit. I can see that. I can see that happening. Oh, you know how, like, the Varjagers in GFL2 are kind of like mooks? I could definitely see the Varjagers, like, inside World War IV. But, like, the Varjagers are, like, you know, like, they get, like, a lot of power somehow. Maybe the Varjagers, like, combine with Paradias or something. I could definitely see that happening. Sometimes I seriously want to tell the brass that they should just lock up all the scientists. Just kidding. Not funny at all. Why are you saying all this? I don't think we're friendly enough for idle chit-chat. I'm reminding you to keep the commander at arm's length. There's the commander. There's the commander again. You know, a very odd Kyogre is going to ask Shiki-Kon to help fight the Rosterus. You know what? That'd be kind of cool. I wouldn't mind that. I mean, like, we're already fighting humans in GFL 2. Actually, so, like, the only NPC humans we've been fighting so far is, like, the Varjagers, right? It's either Varjagers or, like, it's just like robots, right? Like the Samus Ferris dolls or, like, the Diner Gates or whatever. I can't wait to start seeing, like you know, like suits, like human guys in suits with like a handgun or assault rifle. Like, I want to fight these guys. I want to spill some human blood, man. I want to fight some stateside agents. That's what I want to fight. Everything we've been fighting so far has just been either robots or Varjagers. I mean, Varjagers are humans, but I want to fight some men in black. Let me fight some men in black. We take different stands on certain issues. As a mentor, I'm just giving my student one last piece of advice. Why the concern for me? These are dangerous times. I don't want your personal actions to get escalated to the higher ups. That's how internal affairs lost their influence. And how Romy rose to power. Seeing the disdain on Jay's face, Q simply smiles. And that's why you still have a job. While some middle-aged former internal affairs official is now unemployed and living off social benefits at home. Breaking news! A fire broke out at a hospital in Moscow. Firefighters were dispatched immediately. Chelsea? Chelsea's a firefighter doll in Project Neurocloud. Did he say Chelsea? The fire leads originated in an underground morgue at a hospital. Let me see. They discovered the remains of Dr. Samantha Shaw, who has been missing for a long time. Bullshit. That's bullshit. When inspecting the scene, hospital officials and the police discovered the remains of Dr. Samantha Shaw, who has been missing for a long time. There's no way. There's no way that's fucking true. Police investigations are now underway. There's no fucking way that's true. A fire broke out, blah, blah. Dr. Samantha Shaw was a renowned doll scientist in the Neo-Soviet Union who had the patents for many cutting-edge technologies and helped many countries' development of dolls. There's no way. That's a fake. It's fake as shit, man. There's no way. I agree. Okay, so, like, she's been missing for, like, a decade, right? And, like, didn't AK and AN94 have, like, different opinions on it? AK was all like, she's dead, right? And 94 was like, I think she's still alive. Or what is that backwards? I know one of them thought that she was alive, and the other one thought she was dead. Moscow police are investigating the incident, and this station will be following the story closely. She's gotta be still alive. I still say she's alive. The news program keeps playing the otherwise quiet luxury hotel room. Around chapter 2 in our time? Ah, gotcha. Persica turns on the television. The remote control slides out of her limp hand. No way, this can't be true. Did that woman even die? You know what? I hope Irida becomes a major character in GFL 2. Just because, like, we finally just met Irida in Project Neurocloud. So, it'd be really great if we met her in GFL 2. So Irida is the same thing as Persica, right? Like, Persica specializes, like, in neural AI. Isn't Irida the same thing? She just specializes... Hey, she's a colleague of Persica. So both Irida and Persica, like, are really good with artificial intelligence. So, I could definitely see Irida making her own set of T-dolls, basically. She's a Cossack and a Slav. Someone who plays bowling with Goliaths. How could she have died secretly in a hospital on the outskirts of Moscow? Calm down, I made you some coffee. Persica accepts the coffee with trembling hands and downs it in one gulp. It's a lie. It's got to be a lie. The real Shaw will still be locked up somewhere. What if the police believe they really found her and call it the search? Hellion, we've got to write to their search unit right now. They must have been fooled. Friska boots up her computer and starts typing rapidly on the keyboard. Hellion grips her hand. You better sit down. Take it easy. I'm afraid it's true, Friska. The police has matched the body's DNA with Shaw's. I still call bullshit. Do you know why I still call bullshit? Because this DNA don't mean anything. Because do you know who has like perfect like DNA replication? William does. Paradius could definitely spoof the DNA. So there's no way. There's no fucking way Shaw's dead. I mean, like, haven't they already been making perfect clones of like Miss Gray for like a few years? Because like the real Miss Gray is dead, but they've been making clones of her. So like if anyone can make a copy of Shaw, it's definitely William. It's no mistake, it's her. Mr. Kyriger, I wish I could reassure you and tell you that it's all a lie. But death is written in stone, and the living can only come to terms with it and move on. Jessica drifts back to her workstation and runs a search on her computer in silence. Hellion puts down a new cup of coffee next to her. Jessica, are you alright? I'm just looking through my communication logs with Shaw. Rows upon rows of log entries appear on the screen. Jessica sorts them into different categories, based on their timestamps and subjects. She drags the page back to the top and starts scrolling through them slowly. The sense of self-importance they had for being accepted to the Zukolsky Air Force Engineering Academy together. The euphoria over a breakthrough by testing their first-generation autonomous dolls. The torment of encountering a bottleneck in the research project she was leading. Like opening a dusty photo album, all these long-buried memories come alive again. I know that Project Neurocloud could be thought of like as a Persica game, but I definitely wouldn't mind like a Persica spin-off game. But make it like a puzzle. Make it like a puzzle game or something. I'm not sure like how like Miku would write that, but I think Persica is like a very intriguing character though. I'm also not sure like if I'm asking for like a prequel or like a sequel kind of game, you know? If it's a prequel game, then it would be like Persica, it would be Persica, it would be like, you know, Irida, it would be like basically 42 Lab. It would be like the old 42 Lab put together again or something. And like, I don't know, like it'd just be a puzzle game where like they just work on like AI shit or something. I don't know. Like that'd be the prequel. Or it could be a sequel where like it takes place in GFL 2 time and maybe she has like a new team or something. I don't know, man. I don't know. Her gaze lingers on the message she sent Shaw, asking her for help, when she ran into an insurmountable problem during M4A1's creation process. You mean Lunacia? Fucking Lunacia. It's still crazy how when you look at like the overall like timeline of like GFL 1 in general, and like anything that's like not related to the commander, I mean. So if you look at all the stuff like not related to the commander, like so much of this shit was kind of like already like set into motion, and like by the time like the commander like came around, like the commander really did just kind of get dragged into all this, right? Like the commander came in and he was promised, right? He was straight up just promised that like he was just gonna like come in, fight some Samus Ferris bots, and then like, you know, be a hero. He absolutely did become a hero, but he also got kicked out. Or technically he left. He technically left GNK because Griffin became power hungry. Griffin got too much power, and he didn't want to be a pawn, you know, like for the government and shit. Also, I'm interested in Lyco. Like, I'm interested in Lycoris before Lycoris died, obviously, right? Like I want to see more of Lycoris, and I was kind of hoping PNC would give me that. I was legit kind of hoping we would see Lycoris like in the PNC game, like either like as an AI or some shit. But no, we didn't really get that. You know what I'm saying? We didn't really get that in PNC. PNC is like mostly new characters, and it's mostly just like extra world building, like as far as like, you know, world building, like as far as like, you know, like just the word of GFL is concerned. I don't know where I was going with that. I was trying to go somewhere with that, but like I kind of lost it. Don't know where I was going with that. Despite her vehement opposition to modeling a neurocloud on a human brain slices, Shaw still generously offered her help when she asked for it. Lunashia brain slices? That's what you get, girl, for playing God. That's what you get. Honestly, like, this is gonna sound kind of crazy, but I'm legit hoping for like a downer ending almost for the commander, where like the commander gets really hurt. Like the commander almost dies. And not a cyborg. They gotta make the commander into a T-doll. I kind of want that to happen, actually. It would definitely be like a very big shift in tone for the story, but like it would be kind of cool to think about the commander as another T-doll, but like he still has his human memories and shit, and like a big part of the story could be like how he has to like deal with the fact that he doesn't have a human body anymore. Like he still remembers, he would still have human habits, right? He would have human habits, but like he's not a human anymore. Now he's a T-doll or something. It's a very weird way for the story to go, I admit, but I can definitely see Mika making it work somehow, though. I guess like I guess I can meet Mika halfway here, turn the commander into a Naito, because if the commander got turned into a male Naito, then like he would be able to like jack in like into the virtual space like T-dolls can, since Naitos can do that. He'd be the same as Dandelion, you know? He'd be the same as Dandelion. He would definitely be a very special person, you know? I could definitely see it happening. I gotta get some more water. All right, there we go. All right, I'm all hydrated. I guess maybe also to continue what I was saying, I guess maybe like, maybe don't make the commander to a Naito. Maybe that'd be like too deep, too dark. But I mean, the stories are already kind of dark anyway. I do think it'd be kind of cool though if the commander was able to like jack into like T-doll virtual space. Like, but like, he's obviously done that before with a helmet. But what I'm saying is without a helmet. I think the way I can see it happening is that if the commander gets kidnapped by Paradis again, and they like do an experiment on him. But he doesn't get fully turned into a Naito, but they kind of mess with his brainstem a little bit. And like, he's not like a robot, he's not a Naito, but it does give him the ability to like jack into virtual space though. So like, the commander could go into like one of the T-Dolls like level 2 or some shit without the aid of like extra equipment or something. And also, they could make that into a new gameplay mechanic as well. Think of it like double affection, if that makes any sense. So it's like, if the commander was able to like go into the girl's level 2, it'd be like a very personal space for like the T-Dolls. So like, the way I can see it working for like a double affection kind of thing is that like, it only works on T-Dolls who you maxed out the affection for. And if Girls Frontline 2 is gonna follow the same pattern as both GFL 1 and Project Neurocloud, getting the affection to max only seems hard at the beginning, but then like after a while, you're gonna have everyone to max, and then like you're not gonna know what to do with affection items anymore. Because that's how it is for Cake in GFL 1 and for gift items in Project Neurocloud. Like, I have so many gift items that like whenever I get a new girl, if I want to, I could just fucking like get them to max right away. So I assume GFL 2 is probably gonna be the same way. So putting that aside, like an affection like part 2 would be like the commander could go into the level 2 and like it'll be like a deeper kind of connection, but also like they'd be more honest on level 2. Like they have like nothing to hide from the commander or something like that. I could see that happening basically. It doesn't have to be tied to like an ult system or anything. It would just be like its own separate thing. You know, like more stats maybe, or like maybe like an upgrade to like their skill or some shit like that. I don't know. Priscilla's hand suddenly freezes. Hang on. What is it? Priscilla pulls up the record for the brain slices used in developing M4A1, as well as the data she has on Samus Fairy and Naitos. The framework share a similarity. It's the same. What have you found? Someone already knew the outcome before I even created M4A1. My creating the AR team might have been part of a conspiracy to begin with. Persica's eyes darken. If this is all a massive conspiracy, then she might actually be dead. My condolences. I did sometimes wonder how that scary Slavic woman would go out. Priska picks up her cup of coffee again and gulps down half of it. Back at Zukovsky, everyone else treated me like a little girl, but not her. Were you very good friends? Huh, not at all. She treated me like a crackpot. I never cared who came second after me in class. But she made quite an impression on me. Why? Academic achievements meant nothing to her. As a scientist, she never really yearned for the unknown. She was more like an artisan. A doll was no different than an axe in her eyes, I think. But her one true love had always been planes. Priska points at the photograph of Shawl, standing in front of an aircraft with a screen. She still had a jaunty smile on her face back then. I'd always thought she'd join the Air Force and die in some plane crash. That seemed more like her style. Something like flying a plane deep behind enemy lines all by herself, shooting down 5 enemy planes, then crashing herself into a cliff to avoid being taken prisoner. But she ended up turning into a mystery. Who would have thought? Persica, I have a feeling. Shaw's death would become a catalyst. A spark that ignites this precarious powder keg. Huh? That Slavic woman would never be involved in such nasty, convoluted business. There's no shortage of opportunists in this world who would use any excuse as a pretext to push their own agenda. That would be an insult to her. She was one of the few genuinely upfront and guileless people left in the world. Aggravating for sure, but not detestable. Like Angie? Yeah, like Angie. Alright, what other shawl shit do we have? Samantha Shaw, 209-2062. We saw this already. Yep, we saw that already. She was selected to join the Air Force, perform flight missions as part of Squadron called Golden Jackal. Took part in emergency rescue operation. Petrovskaya Kol was received by DOT and awarded medal. Encrypting Attachment 52. Golden Jackal 1 to command. Golden Jackal 1 to command. Command copies. Search and rescue area complete. Golden Jackals received 12 injured personnel, all with minor injuries, none with serious injuries. Requesting permission to return. Report. Command, say again. After another burst of static, the voice resumes. Severe interference. No personnel with serious injuries confirmed. No serious injuries confirmed. Copy that. Command can't reach Coyote. Can you contact them? Coyote has moved to Area C-24 for search and rescue. Golden Jackal requested permission to return with injured to support Coyote ASAP. Golden Jackal, you're cleared to return. Depart from current position. Maintain flight interval. Ah, I saw that coming. An explosion erupts in the distance like a thunderclap, and communications are cut off. The playback ends. No sign of rescue. No sign of rescue target. Continue the search. We'll proceed to Area C-25. Pyryev's eyes only work properly if he drinks enough vodka. This bottle of vodka is my dad's birthday gift to me. You lot and those 4 bastards of Golden Jackal better keep your dirty paws off. If we make it back to Moscow alive this time, say half the bottle for me. Hey, have some faith. If we're lucky, we might not even live past tomorrow. So why don't we just split the bottle right now? Shut up. I'm getting you lot back alive. The comms channel falls silent. Only the background noise of the helicopters and flight can be heard. Village spotted 3 o'clock. I see people. Coyote 1 to command. More rescue targets have been found. No response to the comms channel. What the hell is that? More explosions. Coyote 1 to command. A green fireball disrupted in the sky northeastern squadron, flying over 10 clicks away. Is it related to the unknown explosion in the Southern Sea area? Still no response to the comms channel. Radiation levels rising rapidly. Please evacuate to a safe area. A series of alarms. Klaxon starts blaring in unison. A switch seems been flipped, and the alarmed klaxon cease. Should we withdraw? We've lost contact with command. According to regulations, we are allowed to withdraw under these circumstances. But you won't. Look, those people in the valley are cheering so happily. We've got to rescue them. Maybe he just wants some vodka. The comms channel falls silent again. For some reason, nobody knows what to say. Wolf to Coyote! Wolf to Coyote! A youthful voice calls through the comms channel, but nobody from Squadron Coyote responds. Golden Jackal to Coyote. Golden Jackal to Coyote. This time, it is Yekaterina. Down to the comms channel. Coyote responds. It's Shawls. Up, more explosions. Man, we like are speed running through her life because the last time we saw like her flashback, she was still a kid. We were literally just speed running this. I hear you guys got a taste of radiation overexposure during the rescue mission. How you feeling now? It's a celebration. I shouldn't be drinking water. Wow, look how like happy she looks right now. She doesn't look like she's seen shit. At least not yet anyway. You're absolutely right. It's not a celebration without vodka, is it? As the star of the celebration, is there anything you want in particular? If it's possible, I'd like to study the Tsukazai Air Force Engineering Academy. Ooh, such ambition. You're as ambitious as a man. I hope. Someday people will say this about students at the Tsukazai Academy. Such ambition. You're ambitious as Yakaterina Valasavina. Well, we all know how this pans out for her, though. Look at those eyes. Those eyes definitely say that I've seen shit. A fox was ever the hunter. Stateside headquarters, Frankfurt, Romi's office. In the small hours of the morning, the interior of the building is pitch black, with only a scant few incandescent lights still on in the rooms where people still hard at work. Under one such light, a fatigued Romi orders herself an iced coffee. Finn, let's call it a day. Go home now. I'll need you to come in early tomorrow morning. Alright, should I get a midnight supper delivered to you? Yes, please. Make that 2, and send Q in for me. It's already 0:35. Is Agent Q still here? If she isn't, she can kiss her monthly bonus goodbye. Then she's definitely still here. After collecting all the trash in the office, the assistant quickly mixes those scares. A short while later, there's a knock on the door. Engrossed in her stacks of paperwork in her computer, Romi does not even raise her head. Come in. Q enters the office with a pile of files in her arms. Romi finally looks up, allowing herself a brief respite from her work. Here is everything we have on Avernus and the future. To give a brief summary, the Grand Duke was the Neo-Soviet Union's way of expressing their displeasure with Avernus, as well as a warning to the military. But the folks in the military don't seem to give a damn. They were even part of the smuggling ring. Also, after some investigation, it's pretty clear that there are many snitches, and the stateside reporting to another boss. Romi ponders this information and pulls out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. The general was supposed to be a cornerstone for keeping the military and the party in check. But now that cornerstone isn't stable, some people are getting angsty, and sooner or later, they will drive the country into the quagmire. Most of them are still sitting on the fence, I suppose. The world won't get destroyed because of a villain. It will be those wavering fence-sitters doing nothing. If the devil's power grows stronger, they will all happily support him and become saints' accomplices. But the moment Christ walks the earth again, they will all put on their pious faces as if they've been praying like true believers all along. Oh, then isn't this your chance? Romi sighs. Sometimes I feel like a beast in the Colosseum, always forced to play the fierce and ferocious role. The steps are very steep and narrow. If you don't keep climbing, you will fall and break all your bones. And the ones climbing in your wake will also meet their end. Even if you want to catch a break, the ones below won't allow it. Yeah, but the general failed to understand this. That's why he literally gave certain things away on a silver platter. He has no idea how much terror his leniency and his indecisiveness has caused us. So, are you ready? Romi lights a cigarette and takes a long, hard drag. Smoke coils out from the corner of her lips. Of course, I would not allow myself to fail. She glances up at Q and taps at her own heart with her right index finger. At the very least, we must take complete control of the White Zone. You did very well dealing with the Neo-Soviet Union. Our hands are wiped clean. You don't have to worry about that at all. The matter with Samantha Shaw is slowly going in the direction we predicted. I've already prepared her file. I want all the guards in the White Zone to be our people by the end of the year. Can you manage that? The bigger problem is my overtime pay. I've worked way too many extra hours this week, boss. Once things quiet down, I'll give you a holiday. It's been years, boss. I've been been hearing this promise since my time in Moscow. That just goes to show how long you've been working for the state side, and how experienced you are. It'll be your turn for a promotion next. God, I freaking love this job, even if the only good thing about it is the pay. Regular staff entrance, White Zone, Frankfurt. After passing multiple security checks, Brigitte finally arrives at the access gate. The sheer amount of bureaucracy and the variety of procedures she has to go through is getting irritating, even for a doll like her. However, there's still one final checkpoint, and the soldier of the Frankfurt garrison is now searching her way. State your identity and business. Hello, I'm a special agent from the Ministry of State Security, codename Brigitte. I have permission from my department to come and upload some data to our archives. The garrison soldier takes the paperwork from Brigitte and goes through them carefully a few times. A doll from the state side. Is your neurocloud still running? Yes. I'd be a toaster if it weren't. Then you can't pass. The garrison soldier tosses the paperwork back at Brigitte. No doll with a functional neurocloud can be granted entry. That's the rule. I'm a stateside doll who wants to visit the stateside's archive to store some data. What am I supposed to do? Send another doll with no neurocloud. Or a human who can pass the security checks. The data in my possessions are top secret. It cannot be passed on to a third party. And my superior certainly hasn't got the time to run this kind of errand. That's the state-side's problem. We follow the rules of the White Zone. Brigitte has no choice but to call Jay, but she can't get through. The garrison soldier snickers as he points at a sign on the wall. The sign bears a symbol of signal interference area. This is a signal interference area. Please go back the way you came. Why you? Before she can even finish, the soldier has already called the elevator and shoved her inside. Brigitte can only back up to the entrance of the elevator lobby. After finally connecting the stateside's intercom, Brigitte unleashes her bottle of fury into their communicator. Jay! What, is there an emergency? The garrison isn't letting me through to get to the archive. Huh? But the quest has been reproved. What's their reason? The guy said that according to the rules, dolls with a functional neurocloud like me aren't permitted entry. He said to send a doll with no neurocloud or a human who can pass the security checks. What kind of rule is that? I've never heard of such nonsense. They're deliberately trying to trip us up. So what am I supposed to do? Give me 15 minutes. I'll be right there. 15 minutes? Why will you have to take so long? What are you doing? Stop asking questions. You didn't get pulled over by traffic police, did you? Shut up. 15 minutes. Jay hangs up. After spending some time to psych herself up, Brigitte returns to the elevator with a smile. A garrison soldier walks past Brigitte with the smiling doll in tow. Thomas, is it your shift again today? The 2nd Guard regiments will join the shift rotation starting tomorrow. The Major's general orderly has asked me to come and fetch something, so please let me pass. Carry on. Brigitte plants herself in front of the gate. The smile she is forcing looks incredibly stiff. Hold on. The doll he has with them also has a neurocloud. Why can't she go through? This is a military medical doll. No security checks or paperwork for her? She's even still connected to the intranet. Are your rules a joke? As far as I know, the internet falls under the stateside's jurisdiction, doesn't it? You have no right to question our rules. But your rules are utterly inconsistent. If you have any misgivings about the rules, please take it up to your own director. Why do the rules only apply to me, but not that doll? This is unacceptable. If you don't let me through, you can't let her through either. The garrison soldier named Thomas frowns. He decides to ignore Brigitte entirely and opens the garrison's special entrance to the so-called military medical doll. Laura, just get in. Hey, look at that! Remember this model? This is the model that like Kay had back in the day. Yes, sir. I would adhere to the rules. While Brigitte and the garrison soldier are still locked in an argument, Laura quickly goes through the gate. AK-15 watches over the doll frame in front of her in silence, while also monitoring her surroundings. The signal transmitter in the doll's frame hand beeps 4 times. Long, short, long, short. The signal is a successful connection. AK-15 remains on high alert, not daring to let her guard down. Following the garrison soldier's instruction, Laura enters a white zone through special entrance, successfully bypassing the security checks that she should have undergone. Once she is in, the smile she was wearing vanishes. How ironic, the black zone is under the sun, while the white zone is underground. When she reaches the fork, instead of heading towards the garrison camp, she makes for the stateside secret archive. After walking through the spacious foyer, the doll arrives in the 4th door on the left wall. The door is unmarked. She activates the ID verification system on the wall. Please confirm your identity. Alright. The doll wastes no time in hacking the verification system, without disturbing the peace and quiet. Herodias and the stateside are much more closely connected than expected. Even the verification systems are compatible. Verified. The 60-centimeter thick alloy door opens, granting her access. After entering through the door, she takes a left turn and finds herself looking down a dark and seemingly endless corridor. The space seems to be constructed using some kind of special material that makes it impossible for a regular doll's electronic eyes to fully discern the corridor in the dark. She takes a tentative step forward. The energy-saving fluorescent lamp overhead comes on silent, illuminating an area of about 1 meter ahead. On the floor, a white strip that is 5 centimeters wide glows faintly as it reflects the light from above, showing her the way, like a lane divider on a motorway. The entire corridor seems to be coated in light-absorbing material. As the doll walks down the corridor, the footsteps echoing through the space, the light come on and go out one after another, illuminating her way forward while plunging the space behind her back into darkness. She notices that there are metal doors every few meters on both sides of the corridor, but she makes no attempt to try their door handles. She just keeps going forward while keeping her eyes on the memory card in her hand, until its light changes from blue to white. Visual and sensory interference, and a destination that only can be found with a homing beacon. But she finds herself facing a metal wall instead of a door. Huh. 4 beeps suddenly sound in a neurocloud. 1 long, 3 short. The agreed signal. Laura fishes out a handheld mirror from her pocket. In the mirror, she spots 2 red lasers aimed silently at her head and chest from behind. She does a double take. In this corridor with its smooth inner walls, there is no cover whatsoever. Most importantly, the corridor must be defended by countless hidden mechanisms. One careless move, and she will unmistakably be shot to pieces. She notices a small depression on the wall with 4 different sized data ports. Pretending that she has not noticed the red laser dots, she slowly raises the memory card and inserts it into one of the ports. The laser dot follows her as she moves, never straying from her head and chest. If she were an ordinary human, she would never have noticed them. The light on the memory card flickers for a few seconds until it returns to a steady glow. She pulls out the memory card. From her mirror, she can tell that the red laser dots have vanished. Such tight defenses. Thank goodness. She backs off a couple of steps and produces a second memory card from her pocket. She retraces her steps back to the entrance. This time, she goes right and down an identical looking corridor. After walking about a dozen meters, she comes to a stop at an alloy door. Unlike the last time, there was a guard standing in front of the door, waiting silently in the dark. I'm here to extract the file pertaining to mission bunch of numbers. The guard's electronic eyes flash red. After verifying the memory card, the alloy door slides open. Behind the door is a 2,500 square foot server room. Groups of servers are enclosed in glass cabinets, humming softly, their work lights flashing. Interior temperature 24 degrees Celsius, humidity 45%. All in all, a comfortable environment. So data is stored and accessed in different locations. She walks up to the operation area and inserts the memory card with a red light in the slot. The server room is pretty unremarkable though. Before she can even finish the thought, whoosh, the entire room is suddenly engulfed in a blinding wet light. No, the real physical space has simply been replaced with a special digital space. Let's see what information I can extract. She waves a hand to summon the command interface and punches a few lines of code. Several windows with scrolling data appear, then disappear just as promptly. She inputs the authorization code in the final interference, then presses send. Ding! Countless streams of information pour out. In the torrent of zeros and ones, she catches sight of the servers composed of data. This data pattern is pretty much identical to Paradias. Don't tell me Avernus was a provider of the stateside intel network. Judging by the Germans' government credibility, they may have been colluding with each other for quite a while. She mutters to herself as she studies the memory card, now in digital form. Now, will I find what I'm after? She quickly inputs a name, Samantha Shaw. A document with over 100 pages appears before her eyes. She is about to make a copy, but then she pauses. She scrolls through the document, rapidly reading all the information, then closes the interface. The space reverts back to the server room, and the light on the memory card turns from red to green. She ejects it from the slot. Mission accomplished. She walks slightly towards the door and prepares to leave. The guard suddenly loads his weapon and aims it at her. Non-mission related query detected. Please present your authorization. Dozens of red laser dots appear on her body, all at once. Repeat, unauthorized query detected. Please present your authorization. If no response is given in 600 seconds, you will be fired upon. I demand an explanation. Why am I, a doll working for the state side, being treated differently than the military doll? It's our rules. The two of you had different clearance levels. We're all following the same set of regulations. I believe you are deliberately making things difficult for me. If you have any objections, you should report them to your superiors, instead of arguing with me here. Please leave, or I will have to request assistance from my other colleagues. The sudden alarm interrupts the argument. Brigade watches as the blood drains from the soldier's face. The following series of rapid footsteps, Jay finally rests the scene. Vertimont shot! The traffic police are not so understanding. Brigade, what's the deal with the alarm? I don't know. Whoosh. After answering the emergency call, the garrison soldier gives Jay and Brigade a somber look. Someone's triggered the alarm inside the archive in the Ministry of State Security. Come with me. Huh? Which archive? Could you repeat that? The State Size Archive. By the time the garrison troops arrive, the medical doll named Laura has already crashed and is unresponsive. Doll info? Laura, military medical doll, 7th Battalion of the Garrison Regiment. Laura? Jay beckons for Brigade, who has drawn her weapon, to approach slowly. The doll topples right over. Brigade, stay where you are and keep a lookout. You go up and take a closer look. The garrison soldier draws close to the doll warily, and only bends down to inspect her after making sure it's safe. She's crashed, all right. Check carefully. Any unknown signal connections? No, all signals are disconnected. Then her neurocloud was hacked. Someone was controlling her frame. All external signals are blocked within the white zone. We just checked all signal sources within the time window and found no trace of external access. Which means the signal could only have come from within the white zone. It's short-range radio communication. Whoever took control of Laura's frame is less than 300 meters away. Using our location as the center, search the area within a radius of 300 meters. Standing in the square just outside the office building, AN-94 looks at the towering quarantine wall in the distance. 12, how are things on your end? 15 is guarding your frame, but your location is still very dangerous. I found Shaw's file, but armed forces in the area are gathering rapidly. I'll come and give you some backup. Alright. AK-15 crouches in the corner, waiting for any possible danger to present itself. The doll in front of her slowly opens her eyes. Target acquired. Prepare to withdraw. AK-15 rises to her full height in silence. She is always ready for battle. Oh, the close-up. Yo. Yo, I fucking love, like, this fucking, like, cloaking shit that she got on her. A large number of armed units are approaching. Cover me. Roger. You know, I really do wish that, like, the fucking EX stage, like, fucking, like rewards, like, weren't shit. Advanced training data for normal. 50 enhancement capitals. Big fucking whoop-de-doo. Have I read her mod equipment? I have not. I have not read her mod equipment. Reach the radar node. This is suspicious. I assume shit's gonna spawn, because there's no way it's gonna be this easy. There's no way it's gonna be this easy. I definitely assume shit's gonna spawn. Shit is definitely going to spawn. The fact that, like, it's even giving me the option for, like, a hawk or a mobile owl is double suspicious. This is definitely double suspicious right here. Why are you giving me this option? Ah, there it is. There it is. There's the extra shit. Oh, there's a death stack right here. How come the guy in the hat is, like, so much bigger than, like, the bald dudes? Like, he's not taller, but, like, his sprite is just bigger than, like, the rest of them. It looks kind of off, honestly. Yeah, it just looks weird. It just looks weird. Oh, these guys are actually beefy. Oh. Okay, so, like, they're a little bit beefy than I thought they were. I feel like maybe I kind of, like, misunderestimated them because they were human. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Alright, so I misunderestimated because they're human, and also, like, they have a relatively low power, like 32,000. Yeah. Like, 32,000 is like, that's like chapter 7, that's like chapter 5 power level. Like, that's like That's like insanely low. Alright, I assume they want me to actually use a hog here.
指揮官が私たちを必要としています。
Honestly, like, I'm gonna be real. It definitely feels like the tank thing is underutilized. Like, they gave us the tank thing like at the end of like the lifespan of this game. So it's like, it's like, when are we ever gonna fucking use a tank other than like for fun? Like, the tank thing is literally just for fun. That's all it's here for. It's literally like just for fun. It's like, you can use it if you want, you know? Like, whatever, you know? If you want. It's just there to grind for. But if you're like a veteran player, you don't even need to grind for the tank thing. Because like, it just takes you like a while.
この剣があなたたちを切り裂く。悪さ。
I'm probably like not using the most efficient team for this, but like if it's good enough to get me to the end, it's good enough to get me to the end. Also, like, I literally need an excuse to use all my fancy units, so. Because when else am I gonna use these units? Wait, what the? Huh? Wait. Who was over here last? Wait, is this random? I guess it's random? He was over here last time. Huh. Is it really that easy?
Target lock on.
Man, these are some tanky ass humans.
この剣があなたたちを切り裂く。
Is something gonna happen? Wait, what? Huh? Wait, that's it? It kind of seemed like something more was gonna happen. Like, I thought there was gonna be like a second objective that pops up, like after I got to the radar or something. I know that it said like to get S rank I need to like kill 3 enemies, but like I just don't see a point to that. Oh my god, I got Noggin Revolver. Huh. That's it? That was it? Just go to the radar, huh? Alright then. Meeting room, stateside headquarters, Frankfurt. Standing by the window, Jay peers in the distant night sky. His anxiety is making him babble. Anyway, that's basically what happened. They wouldn't let us take the doll with us. I understand. I was setting Q to take care of the matter. Right. After hanging up, Jay can't help but wonder how he got himself into this mess. I knew I shouldn't never have come to Frankfurt. I am a secret agent. I graduated from my gymnasium in Eberswald at the top 3 in my class. I had to pass more than 30 rounds of practical and psychological assessments to get here. But here I am, dealing with office politics every day. I chose this line of work precisely because I didn't want a desk job. Now even Shadowless has a more interesting job than I do. Oh wow! You guys remember Shadowless? Dang! That's a callback. You know what? It'd be kind of cool to see Shadowless as like a news reporter in GFL 2, but she just looks like older or something. Or like, no. A news anchor. That's who Shadowless would be. She should be like a news anchor in GFL 2. I better check the balance of my savings account when I get home. I wonder how much I made in interest. Well, I could borrow some money from Kay and make a run for it. Someone knocks on the door of the meeting room and comes in without waiting for an answer. Jay knows who it is without having to look. There you are, finally. Go on, tell me how you messed up this time. I really didn't do anything. Maybe not doing anything is how you messed up. Are you trying to start a fight? Fine, let's get down to business. But just so you know, the boss is seriously angry this time. Brigitte was tasked with delivering some information to the archive in the White Zone. She got all the paperwork and arrived at the regular staff entrance at a permissible time. That sounds fine so far. But the garrison soldier on duty refused to let Brigitte through on the grounds that dolls with neuroclouds are not allowed to entry. What happened then? Brigitte started arguing with them. During the argument, the soldier even let in a medical doll without running any security checks or looking through her paperwork, and Brigitte was right there. Are there any records of this? Sure, you just have to check Brigitte's neurologs. I arrived shortly after that. As soon as I got there, the alarm sounded. Did you trigger it? Of course not. Since we had no idea what was happening, we both stayed where we were. Hold on. Don't tell me the alarm originated from our top secret archive, yes. Q loosens her collar to reduce her chances of having a stroke then and there. Anything taken? Samantha Shaw's file was accessed and read. Other than that, nothing. Leaning heavily on the table, Q slowly slumps into a chair. She forces herself to unclench her fist, all the while not saying a word. The silence is getting unbearable, and Jay finally speaks up. You're not planning to sit until tomorrow morning, are you? Worst case scenario, I pack my stuff and go. It's not like they put me in jail just because of a file, right? Can you please say something? You're making me nervous. The sight of Jay panicking reminds Q of something that had happened long ago, and a smile creeps onto her face. Relax, this meeting room isn't connected to any other room. And we don't have the directors of a dozen departments having a meeting next door. Mein Fress! Didn't we agree to never bring that up again? I definitely misunderstood your intentions back then, but haven't you embarrassed me enough for that? Or was that not enough revenge for you? Maybe you should just get Romy to sack me and be done with it. Yeah, I'll just go home and sell schwash and axe. Tut tut tut, don't be so impatient. I was just thinking how to teach my adorable student one last lesson as a mentor. I'm a formal employee. I don't need a mentor anymore. Hey, it's free advice. In the workplace, you must know how to use a bad situation to your advantage. Huh? Our archive was compromised. How could anything good come from it? First of all, not only did the garrison make things difficult for a role-buying stateside agent, they also arbitrarily let an unsuspected doll into the stateside's top secret archive. Right. There aren't any access records in the White Zone network. I suspect it's short-range radio communication. Secondly, since the perpetrator couldn't do anything about our signal interference, they had to resort to hacking the archive security via short-range radio control. but the garrison couldn't capture the perpetrator even though they were operating close by, resulting in severe losses for Tetsa. We were also involved in a subsequent manhunt. Finally, I will submit a list of losses we suffered to Herr Hoffman. Brigette's neurocloud was damaged. 2 agents who took part in the manhunt developed PTSD, and we lost dozens of top-secret documents, including information pertaining to the latest weapons research and development. Go to the press and give them the story. Put all the blame on the incompetent garrison. Tell them that the movements and private information of many important government officials have been stolen, which may result in assassination heard by extremists. Damn, Q! You smart! And you scary. Yo, wait. Isn't this like almost the exact same kind of conversation that like the train managers were having? Like, the train managers were all like, bro, like, what do we do about the people that died on the train? It's like, let's make it some shit. Let's just say that like our fucking window manufacturer like made bad windows, and then we blamed it on the radiation or something. Like, this is basically what Q's doing. So like, Q's all like, oh, so like we technically didn't lose anything since she just read the file, but instead we're gonna make a bunch of bullshit and we're gonna put the blame on someone else. Got it. Has the security of the top secret archive been reinforced? Yes, the garrison said they'd already introduced additional security measures and assigned more patrols. I don't trust their sieve-like security. I'll pressure them until letting our people take over the archive security. Huh, you're not entirely stupid after all. Learning something from you always comes to such a great cost. Just goes to show how valuable my tutelage is. Not just anyone could get dozens of stateside department leaders to know your name in just an hour, you know? Q watches as the flustered J storms out the door. See, she double checks that all the filled out documents are in order, then stretches in her chair. She pushes the window open. Dawn is already breaking outside. Drowsy sunlight peeks through layers of heavy clouds, lighting up the dust motes drifting in the air. Cheh, it's another new day. Kaiserdom St. Bartholomew's, Frankfurt District, Frankfurt. The high vaulted ceiling supported by pillars of red bricks is lit up only by soft candlelight and a chandelier. A priest is conversing with some churchgoers in a hushed tone. AK-12 melts into the shadows and slips quietly into the last row of seats. You circled around all potential threats. No one is following you. Confirmed. The target area is secure. Copied that. You two don't have to hang around outside. Return to the temporary safe house for now. Will you be alright on your own? You are very eye-catching. Don't worry. Ordinary people can spot me. I do like the effect. Like, I like the reflection, like, basically. I really like this. AK-12 terminates a call and gets ready to leave. The moment she rises to her feet, someone pushes open the door and enters. It appears to be a weary traveler. Father, please forgive my sins. The priest leads the woman into the confessional. You wonder if it's the same one that Yurid has? Maybe. For whatever reason, AK-12 decides to follow her and lingers outside the confessional. Perhaps it's because she isn't pressed for time, or maybe she's intrigued by the expression on the traveler's face. When did you last confess? This is my first ever confession. What troubles you, my child? I was tempted, my Mephistopheles. He said to me, my worthy friend, gray of all theories, and green alone life's golden tree. What did you do under the devil's influence? I watched someone fall into the rushing river. I stood by and let her drown and get washed away by the currents. Only the Lord has the power to give and take away life. I didn't know what to do. I watched her die. I wanted to save her, but I was also glad for her. Who was she to you? She was my little sister, my one and only little sister. She was born on a Halloween, and her mother died on the same day giving birth to her. All these years, I was torn between loving her and hating her. Have you ever been honest with her about how you felt? We have our own cross to bear, don't we? As you watch her fall into the water, what were you thinking? She had actually told me beforehand that she wanted to put an end to it all. She left this final decision to you. Yes, but I chose to give up. I chose to side with the devil. The Lord will forgive you and bear your sins for you. AK-12 turns to leave the confessional behind. Before exiting the cathedral, she pauses in front of the votive candle station in the corner. Out of a sudden sense of piety, she lights a candle. Eisener-Steg, Frankfurt District, Frankfurt. AK-12 stares into the distance while leaning against the railing along the right iron bridge. This is the first time she has stopped in her tracks to admire the beauty of Frankfurt's nightscape. She really should be heading back to the safe house, after all. Walking in the streets of Frankfurt in a frame that even she herself finds repulsive could easily cause civilians to panic. But snow is falling heavily on the surface of the main. It is such an arresting sight that she has to stop and take it all in. I do have to admit, like, the robotic arm is definitely kind of like it's an interesting touch. She lets out a soft exhale, which sends silver snowflakes careening. The last time she got to admire the snow so leisurely was probably the Halloween that seemed so very long ago. You know what? I've actually always wondered about this, about the breathing for, like, the T-dolls. So, humans, we basically have, like, balloons. We got, like, 2 balloons in our chest that, like, inflate and deflate. It's like, what do the T-dolls have? Like, do the T-dolls have, like, a fan or something? Like, to simulate, like, exhaling and inhaling? Because, like, the most common thing I've seen people say about, like, exhaling and inhaling for T-dolls is that, like, it's a way to, like, exchange gases and, like, to, like, exhale, like, heat or something. But it's like, if that's the case, a fan would make more sense. Because, like, why would you put 2 weird balloons in, like, a T-doll, you know? But then, like, the way they seem to exhale and inhale seems very human-like. But maybe they're programmed to, like, breathe that way, though, to make it seem very human. Maybe it really is just a fan, like, inside. But then, like, there's also the weird part, too, that, like, they eat. They have to eat. They don't have to eat, but they can. The T-dolls can eat. They can drink. So, maybe their throat is designed the same way as a human, where it's, like, the throat has, like, an opening and closing part, where, like, when they're breathing, then, like, the part to the stomach is closed, and then, like, when they're eating, then the part for the stomach, like, opens up or some shit. I have to assume that what they have for a stomach also is probably, like, more like a furnace or some shit. But I still wonder about the breathing part, though. Like, do they actually breathe? Or is it simply more of, like, an exhaust? Like, they have, like, a fan and that just runs or whatever. Which means that, like, they're technically constantly always breathing out, I guess? I don't know. I don't think even Mika has really, like, thought this much about, like, a T-doll scientifically wise. As usual, A94 is taking it upon herself to do the household chores after finishing her daily training. At the moment, she was meticulously sweeping up every speck of dust on the floor in the living room. Oh my god, it's own RPK! Hey there, girl! 4094. An odious smiling face came into view. A94 did her best to ignore the doll, but she halted her like a ghost, but would not leave her alone. Good morning. It's such a fascinating occasion today, so why are you still working? Halloween is a festival dedicated to the spirits of the dead. Humans dress up as ghosts, so that a real ghost can roam the earth more freely. A and 94 continue to ignore RPK-16. She glanced at her other two teammates, the two dolls who were why she had to keep cleaning the house. RPK-16 slowly circled around AK-12 and 15, suddenly coming to a stop behind the ladder. Say, do ghosts actually exist? If they do, what do they like? Not a clue. Are you really so bored? I am. So to alleviate my boredom, why don't we play a game of Find the Ghost? No thanks. Shaw has prepared new accessories for you. The list is with me. Look. AK-12's brow furrowed deeply. How does the game work? Here are the rules. One among the four of us is a ghost, who doesn't share the same objective as the rest. We had to find this ghost. How do we do that? We will each receive a word. When it is your turn, give a specific description of the word without actually stating the word. The word received by the ghost is different from the word received by the humans. If you're the ghost, you must try to remain hidden to the very end. If you're a human, your objective is to work with your friends to catch the ghost. Wait, I've literally seen like fucking VTubers and Hololive play this game. I forget what they called it, but like, yeah, no, this is just a normal word game, and like, yeah, like I've seen this before. I don't know what's it called. I don't know what what's it called, but like I've seen people play this before. I know the one that I saw specifically recently was like a clip of like the girls and like, oh no. The one I most saw recently was actually not a Hololive one. It was actually a Holostars one. It was Robero. It was Robero playing with like I think some of the Anamani girls and like, let me see, what was it? Okay, Robero had milk. I think he had milk, and then the other girls had like water or some shit. I think that's what it was. No. It wasn't Robert. It was like one of the other ones. But like, they all had like water, and this one had milk or something. And like, I remember she said something pretty sus about like boobs or whatever like that, and like everyone like honed in pretty quickly on like, I'm like, well, water don't come from boobs, so she must have something different or whatever. I think that's the one that I remember seeing recently from a clip. The dolls checked their comms and found they each had been sent a word. Where did these words come from? Did you choose them? I don't know what they are either. They're just two random words found within 15's neurocloud. She had the smallest neurocloud capacity among us, after all. Now, let the game begin. Let's start with you, 94. Me? Huh. This is a human. 15? A woman. You guys need to be a bit more specific than that. A brilliant woman. Your turn, 12. If she dies, I will avenge her. I like that her eyes are open. Huh. I think I see where this is going. An in-neck smile appears on RPK-16's face. Then it's my turn. If she dies, I'll live on for her. Well, I see where this goes. I know the ending to this story. AK-12 was about to say something when the system alarm suddenly started blaring. And here I was planning to spend a happy Halloween with you all. Tut. Never mind. Better get a move on. Off we go. When Task Force Defy was ready for battle, they walked out into the night of All Hallows Eve. And the unfinished game was never mentioned again. AK-12 redirects her gaze from the drifting snowflakes to the flickering streetlights. Her thoughts are interrupted by the urgent sound of a communicator. Hello, AK-12. We received the information about Shaw. Good. Are you still outside the city? Oh no, it's playing the sad music. Yes, we run into some problems with our clearance. We're trying to work something out. Halloween is tomorrow. The plan will go ahead according to schedule. Apart from storing your neural backups, can we give you any other form of assistance? That won't be necessary. This is the personal business for Task Force Defy. Thank you for the things you had Stevens 520 pass on to me. I wish you the best of luck. Much appreciated. AR-18, I'm curious. What do you think of Hume? I would rather not discuss him with others. Why? To talk about someone in depth, one must first know his person well. But I don't know him at all, nor do I particularly want to. No one was more vehemently opposed to Hume's ideas than Shaw. She had always adhered to a purely mechanical approach, while Hume took another path. The stance of a doll's designer has no bearing on the doll's own stance. Their positions may have been completely at odds with each other, but you and I are now on the same side. Ironic, isn't it? Humans might say it's fate. AK-12 allows herself a small smile. She tilts her face up to the sky, letting the fluttering snowflakes land on her. You now have no guidance from your creator, and you're cut off from the commander. Do you feel lost? I will keep moving forward. What if you're going down a path of destruction? Then I will give my life to fulfill my duty. Go with Haas, Frankfurt District, Frankfurt. The streets are already buzzing with festive atmosphere by the early morning of Halloween. Storefronts that are usually simple and modest are now adorned with eye-catching jack-o'-lanterns and bat decorations. Box cobwebs are also strewn upon the trees that line the streets. Inside a cafe, patrons sitting across several tables are discussing the latest gossips. Well, the famous scientist, Dr. Samantha Shaw, was confirmed dead. They say she was secretly executed by the KGB for treason. That can't be true. This Shaw was KGB's top agent. She apparently took out dozens of CSI agents and flew herself back to Moscow on a commandeered fighter plane. Seriously? Did she kill them barehanded? Yep, she's a Slav after all. Behind the whispered crowd, a little girl skipping along the streets with her backpack checks her watch. The exhibition opening ceremony is only 7 minutes away. Oh no, I'm gonna be late. Oh no, she's gonna die, isn't she? Alright. She's either gonna get hit by a truck or there's gonna be an explosion. Let's see if I'm right. The little girl hurriedly strides out and dashes out towards Go with Haas. The snow on the ground has not completely melted away, and the little girl barely runs a few steps before she slips on the half-thawed ice. Smack. Ow. You alright? A pair of warm hands helps the little girl up. She looks up and finds herself staring into a beautiful smiling face. Thank you, Frau. Oh, look at that! It's Embla! Just call me Embla. Frau Embla. You seem to be in quite a hurry. Are you rushing somewhere? I'm going to the exhibition of the Go with Haas. The roads are slippery on snowy days. But don't hate snow just because of that, okay? Okay. Embla waves the girl goodbye with a smile. When she is on her own once again, she rests her right palm against her neck, where she can feel her pulse. Listen, the sound of snowfall is like a heartbeat. Oh, she didn't die! Okay, I'm glad I was wrong. I'm so glad I was wrong. I was almost hoping that something sad was gonna happen. Uh-huh, I know that part. Let me see, Air Force, yep. Automation, got it. Military recruitment program, top students, got it. Confirmed Pandora anti-relic organization was arrested and imprisoned. Petrovskaya went on to visit her in prison, blah blah. Good afternoon, professors and fellow students. I am Yekaterina Vasilievna Petrovskaya. As a graduate now with a degree in automation and advanced mechanical engineering, as well as a valedictorian to my cohort, it is my honor to pass on some of my experiences to my underclassmen. Those who know me know that I prefer spending my time alone in the lab, tinkering with machinery, to make pointless small talk with people. But I can't avoid socializing all the time. Launching a new research project requires funding. So to butter up all my professors, here I am, rambling and talking your ear off. I was born in Stockport Cry, a place with lots of salt lakes, natural gas, and wild animals that shit everywhere. But that did not dampen my love for aircraft. I played with paper planes when I was little, and when I grew up, I wanted to play with real planes. Teachers giving career advice when we were in school are always talking about our prospects, our talents, our dreams. That's a load of bull to me. I didn't come to study at this academy for some noble reason. I'm not particularly a noble person to begin with. I hate studying, it's torture. I only persevered because I knew all this torture would eventually lead to something that brings me joy. I can't imagine myself cooking for people in some hotel kitchen, that's for sure. Speaking of which, there's a clear upside to being in my department. The building is the closest to the cafeteria. They're always the first to get to the food after class. Well, she's honest, I'll give her that. Ooh, interrogation room. Oh, look at that! She already has that pissy look on her face. Don't give me that long face. I'm not dead yet. You haven't come home in 6 years. We all thought you were dead. Thank goodness you're still around. Mama and Papa must be so proud of you. I heard you hold a military rank now. Is that true? And am I causing you any trouble? It doesn't matter. I don't really care where I go. How did you get into this mess? I wasn't coerced. I wasn't deceived. I wasn't brainwashed. I joined them voluntarily. Why? Humans shouldn't mess with relic technology. Just as a toddler shouldn't be given the launch keys to a SARS bomb. It's too dangerous. And kidnapping relic agency personnel isn't dangerous. We have no other choice. Relic agency, they're just a bunch of crooks profiteering under the guise of scientific research. You're such an idiot. I suppose you're right. The Relic Agency won't abandon their research to the relics just because they lost a few people. I know, but I still want to do something. It might have been pointless, Katya, but that was the only right thing I could do. That's why you're an idiot. Just you wait, I'll show you the right way to go about it. Katya, what? Ma'am, your visiting time is up. Please take your leave. What are you planning to do? You wait and see. I will prove to the world that we don't even need relic technology. Well, the T-dolls that she did make were pretty, like, cut at the edge, so... Oh my god, it's a young Naito. Herodia's temporary base. Nemron activates a system that has been off for a long time, and the base that has been vacant for days is once again in operation. After confirming the system's status, she turns to address the person behind her matter-of-factly. Oh, yo, she powered up. She got, like, the little, like, lightning shit around her. Channel connected to the lid of cognition has been completely sealed. Before the backup plans put things right, try to avoid combat. Embla has already set off to implement her All Hallows Eve. I may be too cautious here. Can she be trusted? As the control group of the experiment, she has already completed her mission. All that's left is to make good use of her identity. Tut tut. I would love to be the fly on the wall. When the commander finds out their boss was the one who sent this woman to us. Watch your tone. Am I wrong? Humans are always spouting lofty ideas that contradict their foul and unscrupulous actions. Haven't you picked up that bad habit yourself? Oh my, and here I thought you'd be more forgiving of my selfish little hobby. I just find your behavior unnecessary. We are all chosen enforcers, little more than pawns in chess. Do you not have any kind of pursuits? Or dare I say desires, Sister Nemron? We are not close enough to discuss such things. You're right. Then let's change the subject. Why did Father abandon Avernus? Why do you think he risked his own life to meet the commander in person? He did not abandon Avernus. He simply made it possible for it to land safely in Frankfurt. They haven't moved from the Black Zone to the White Zone. As Naitos, we are considered aliens in human society, and Father wishes to change that. How very ridiculous. We are just as human as they are. It's exactly Father's point. With this operation, we officially step into the human stage. As second-class citizens? No, perhaps as first-class citizens. Are you so sure that the elites would think of us as equals? They don't consider themselves citizens, but gods. You are much harsher than me, Sister Nemron. Humans treat each other much more cruelly than we do. Moradao, I don't want what happened to Greg and Gray to happen again. We can't produce high-end Naitos at the moment, so we will be on the back foot for a while. If we lose Bramit as well, I'm sure you know the consequences. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't you? Nemron gives Moradao a cold, hard look before turning back to her work. Instead of leaving, Moradao takes another step closer. Can you finally tell me what All Hallows Eve is all about? Embla will walk the curb, resurrected as the ordinary human Angelia. She will prove to all humans that eternal life is not a pipe dream. Eternal life, an eternal temptation for humans. That's what Father wants us to do. To stage a small debut, a parody is technology. Oh boy! I can't wait to see whatever happens from this also goes into GFL too. What about the cost? Will the humans know the price they'll have to pay in exchange for this kind of eternal life? Humans are short-sighted creatures who will happily give up long-term plans for the sake of some immediate benefit. Well, she's not wrong. Father's plan is beyond their comprehension, not that they need to comprehend it. I see. Moradao slowly backs away before turning to leave the hall. Embla, will you really do as she wishes? Will you carry out such a simple mission? I shall wait and see. Shrubius. Andrew plots Frankfurt District, Frankfurt. Embla strolls leisurely around the fountain. A large poster of Faust is hanging on the exterior of the Alte Oper. The Alte Oper is closed today, plus the weather is rather chilly, so the area is largely deserted. She slowly walks up to the poster alone, unobserved. In her hands is a paper bag filled with devil's bread that is fresh out of the oven. Small specks of snow start falling. Embla looks up at the night sky, lit up by the city lights. Such a beautiful Halloween should be celebrated with the most interesting game. The show is about to begin. Will my guests arrive in time, I wonder? Snow on Halloween. I cannot relate to that. Every place that I've ever lived has always had like rather warm Halloweens. She pulls out a small piece of bread and takes a dainty bite. It does not taste particularly delicious with the overpowering spices, but as kind of a festive delicacy, it is sufficiently delightful. Graf, is our corn maze ready yet? Of course, Sister Embla. All the actors and props are in position. Once you are here, we can kickstart this exhilarating All Hallows Eve. Embla terminates the call. She breathes out a ghostly plume into the frosty air as she studies the sculptures of Pegasus and each of the muses that adorn the rooftop of the building. She enters the altar opera from the main entrance and ambles through the vestibule. As early as Shakespeare's time, the story has already been written. How can Faust, a work from hundreds of years ago, retain its glory across the ages? Every generation has its own story, and each story has its own adaptations. When man pursues his dream, he becomes a slave to the devil's scheme. But should he taste fulfillment's light, he'll soar to hope's celestial heights. Dear audience, please enjoy my version of Faust on All Hallows Eve. Only a moth knows how mesmerizing the flame is. Despite knowing what final fate awaits it, it still hurtles towards its own demise without hesitation. Is death the final destination? Every time I wake, I smell something different in the air. It never fails to make me feel nostalgic. Angie, will you save me a spot in the brave new world? Embla flips the light switch. The walls scones shape like candelabras start emitting swaying flickering lights. A strange noise is coming from deep inside the opera house. Under the faint light, she climbs the stairs and comes to the staff room entrance on the second floor. God damn it. Like, I hate whenever I see this background because, like, this is obviously like a Griffin storage thing. We are not in a Griffin storage room. Look at the emblem. The fucking emblem is here. The Griffin and Kyogre emblem is here. Like, come on. Like, literally, the least they could have done was at least remove like the emblem, and then maybe remove the take what you need thing. Like, remove the sign right here, remove the emblem on the boxes, and like I would have been fine with that. But like, bro, like the emblem is still here. She is not in a G&K warehouse. And there's a diner gate too. There's a fucking diner gate right there. When she pushes the door open, the noise ceases. Embla promptly scans the room. A few props are scattered here and there, and a cast list is taped on the wall. Where? What wall? What wall are you talking about? I see nothing. Tut tut. Bramit has also come up with their own version, huh? So she's playing Helen of Troy. Embla leans forward and studies the cast list with great interest. Bramit seems to be playing the main character, and most of the performance time slots are filled with the name Helen. Unfortunately, the slots are all now marked cancelled. If the devil can satisfy all your heart's desires, will you sell your soul? Embla starts humming softly as her fingers brush across a copy of the script laid aside. Just then, her communicator chirps. Who's this? Attack. We're under attack! It's Defy, Sister Embla, in the altar opera. The line is dead. No, Graph! I only knew Graph for like 2 minutes, and now Graph is dead. My. Graph, she died as she has lived, very quickly. Detecting the movement coming from behind, Embla whirls around out of reflex. But once she sees who it is, she lets out a sigh of relief. Oh, it's Coletta! Oh shit, we haven't seen her in a while. A black Naito strolls casually into the room. Then she turns around and makes to close the door. You're here? Then I gather so is everyone else. RPK 16, do you see how this will end for you? The lights go out instantly. Embla hears a sharp hiss as something tears through the air. You're not holding back at all. Embla rolls aside in the dark to avoid being hit by the armor-piercing round that has been directly aimed at her. Not giving her any time to react, another string of bullets are already hot in her heels as she dashes into the grocery stall. The gunfire forces Embla into the exposed state. The door of the large hall is shut. Embla is now on stage. Man, when I used to be a fucking theater kid, like, I used to always, like, want to, like, perform in, like, a grand stage like this. I still have fond memories of, like, my performance of, like, Rent and Hairspray. Hairspray and Rent, I remember performing. 525,600 minutes of how do you measure a year? Yeah, I could definitely like sing half those songs by heart right now. The spotlight overhead follows her relentlessly. The chandelier hanging at the center of the ceiling is dazzlingly bright. Another follow spot shines into the Black Naito, who is now standing in the auditorium. What a fitting place for you to meet your end. 12? Why aren't you using your new frame? Are you really so put off by my taste? Just bear with it for a little. That was one of the few remaining doll frames in Avernus, and the most advanced one to boot. It may just be better than Shaw's handiwork. No one can outdo Shaw. Standing in the beam of light, the Black Naito gazes coldly at Embla like a specter. Basking in the stage light, Embla fully embraces her role as prima donna and puts on a graceful smile. So, is everyone in Task Force Defy here? We're getting front row seats to watch you die. We wouldn't miss this for the world. Embla takes some time to scrutinize the interior of the Grover Saal. This particular hall is most fully restored and most resplendent venue within the Ultra Opera. The auditorium has 3 levels of seating. It can accommodate more than 2,000 people. However, there are only 3 people in her current audience. Embla looks towards the balcony. That would be AN-94's preferred location from which to offer assistant defense. But when AK-15 is present, everyone automatically leaves the door for her to defend. AN-94, the Snow Wolf of Defy, featuring enhanced melee capability and firepower after the upgrade. Embla does not even have to look for AK-15. She is, as always, at the most eye-catching position. That by the door is AK-15, the White Mastiff of Defy, the most powerful T-Doll in the entire Neo-Soviet Union. But 12, I don't like the way you are right now. The Black Naito is standing right at the center of the stall. She is as cold as a statue. I still prefer the frame I chose for you. Under the dazzling chandelier, for the first time in several days, Task Force Defy is reunited. Please allow me to present a Halloween specials program. Faust, adapted by and starring Frau Embla, shall now begin. Act 1, In Search of Faust. Embla claps her hands. Come on out, my Mephistos. The curtain rises gradually on the stage, revealing a group of fully armed Parodius units that fill the entire stage behind Embla. A hail of bullets rains down the stall, and the Black Naito instantly collapses on the floor. Coletta, no! Where art thou, Faust? I seek thee still, rushing towards thee with unyielding will. All that is promised shall unite thee purely. No skinflint bargain shalt thou see. I am not one of the greatest, yet wilt thou to entrust thy steps through life, I'll guide thee. Will willingly walk beside thee, will serve thee at once and forever with best endeavor. The sounds of gunfire and impact intertwine into a dramatic concerto, with Embla singing transforms into a beautiful movement. The Parodius units surge towards the 2 remaining members of the audience. With incredible coordination, AK-15 and 94 fire at the rapidly approaching wave of white. Their modified frames are all too experienced in fighting Parodius. These low-tier Parodius units give them no reason to fear at all, in terms of strength and combat skills. The only inscrutable wildcard is the being standing on the stage, A woman, both familiar and unfamiliar. With unhinged eyes and rapturous smile. And if thou art satisfied, will as servant slave with thee abide. Set wigs a million curs on thy head to raise thee. Wear shoes and ill in height, the truth betrays thee. Embla watches with amused smile as the Naito surge forth and overpower the two dolphins. AK-15 would never falter, so the one on the balcony is naturally being targeted as the Naito's trying to break through their defenses. A94's position is attacked by multiple Naitos. Under the wavering light, they dart in and out of the shadow, falling upon her incessantly like minions from hell. I won't let you get your way. Embla knows Defy will, but so does AN94. AN94 knows exactly what Embla is up to. She is trying to locate AK-12, who has vanished out of sight. As long as AK-12 is still around, nobody dares make a move. Don't underestimate me, 16. 94 pulls up on one of the Paradius units near her, and uses it to block the long-range attacks coming from the stage. She reloads quickly. Then she shifts into a different attack mode. If you think of me as the weakest link, I'll turn this place into your grave. 94 vaults slightly over the railing of the balcony. She is aware that Embla is intimately familiar with the geography of this place, but so is she. In a theater like this, the quickest way to get from the balcony to the stage is not via the stairs in the back, nor is it to clamber over the Naito corpses in front of her. It is the chandelier overhead. Are you not gonna fight back, RPK? Or are you ready to atone for your sin? 94 leaps nimbly up the chandelier and flies towards the woman standing at the center stage, like a bullet ejected from the muzzle of a gun. Things do not go according to plan. A large scythe is swung towards A94 of the chandelier by a Naito lurking on the side of the ceiling with a fixture and paralyzed body. Sister Embla is spot on. Oh good, Graf didn't die. I was almost sad that Graf died. Graf lets out a triumphant cackle from her hiding place and hits A94 in the shoulder while she is airborne. Like a bird with broken wings, a meteor that breaks through the atmosphere, A94 falls towards the stalls in the auditorium. Awaiting her down there is countless Paradius units with their blades raised and poised to strike. Gunfire is unleashed upon the Naitos below AN94. The location of the attacker is revealed by the direction in which they collapse. Why, on the whole, thou'rt what thou art, and thou remains what thou art. Embla finishes her song and smiles with great satisfaction. There you are, 12. Embla snaps her fingers, and a screen descends from above. A new batch of Paradius units appear in the battlefield. A94 finally shoots down the too many Naitos close at hand, earning herself a brief moment of respite. 12, won't you let me set eyes upon you? Tough crowd. In that case, you answer the question, Graf. Do you know what is the scariest thing that can happen to a wolf pack? Graf jumps off the lighting bar. Please enlighten me, Sister Embla. Being without their alpha wolf. That's why when fighting Task Force Supply, one must first find the one that lurks in the shadows. And after that? After that, we will have our brilliant cast ask them for their dance. Embla smiles at the Naito and points towards the stalls ahead as she explains patiently. To neutralize 94 the Snow Wolf, one could try electronic warfare. Let our EW expert Brandon give her a taste of Paradius' torrents of data. Yes, sister. As for the White Mastiff, she is created for one reason and one reason only, to fight. Let Moradau open her eyes and show her the power of traps. Now, for the one hiding in the ceiling. That's our Alpha Wolf. AK-12, what is her forte? Everything. Because the frame she is using is the most cutting-edge mechanical product the Paradias can currently create. Then who do we send against her? Nemron, of course. Alpha Wolf against Alpha Wolf. You know what? I have a feeling that, like, this is RPK 16's way of basically getting rid of, like, all the current, like, Paradias ringleaders. Like, she doesn't really care who wins these fights. She just wants them to destroy each other, basically. And right now, there's no fucking, like, you know, like, Paradias, like, connection right now, right? They basically lost, like, their own version of, like, the NeuroCloud connection or whatever. So, like, this means that, like, if they die for real, right? Like, there's no fucking backup server for them. Understood. There's no more ocean. The ocean's gone, right? No more ocean. Emba looks up and raises her hand towards the brilliant chandelier above her head. Now that we found Faust, let's begin Act 2. Act 2, the never-ending dance. The dazzling chandelier, the blinding spotlights, the dim wall lights all go out in an instant, plunging everything into darkness. Oh, yo, this was kind of... Oh, yo! Okay, wait. This looks kind of awesome. Like, in the black screen. I gotta take a screenshot. Yo, that looks sick. That looks so fucking sick. There we go. I'm taking 2 screenshots. Yo, the black on blue, though. That black on blue, man. Stay where you are. Task Force Supply calmly activates her eyes of Snow Wolf, all the while listening carefully for every moment of the state. Rustle. Something seems to be approaching in the excruciating darkness. Light instantly rends in the darkness and illuminates the resplendent state. Where the light shines the brightest, bone spurs stretch out wildly, blooming with infinite vitality and wrapping them. The prima donna at the center stage, in a flurry of overlapping layers of white. The white of her long dress lights up the entire stage. The sharp spikes protract in a fractal pattern, and the woman in their midst holds out her arms in the auditorium. Oh shit! Oh my god, she's been revealed! Hello at last. Yo, like, alright, so like, all of like the fucking like ringleaders of like Paradias, like they all seem to like based on like creatures or animals and shit. Like, Gray was like a scorpion, right? She was like a scorpion or whatever. Moradel was like a spider or some shit. Like, yo, this is like a Venus flytrap. It's not like an animal, but it's definitely like a creature. And I'm definitely getting like Venus flytrap vibes. Because like the way this like mouse right here. Like, dang, that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick, honestly. Hello at last. Okay, now that's a good EX thing. The fire control component, like that's a good one. Perhaps a plant instead for the only human Paradias? I could see that. There's also another way to think about it too. Instead of Venus flytrap, a honey trap. Because get it, like honey trap, because like RPK 16 was sweet at first, and then like she was like a trap or whatever. Kind of makes sense. Oh my god, is that Graph? That's Graph right here. Yeah, this is Graph. It's Graph. Oh, there's only one of her. Yeah, that's definitely Graph. There's only one of her. Junk pile. I like how... Wait, Isn't this literally like the Christmas junk pile? This is the fucking Christmas junk pile. Oh, I never even noticed this is IOP. It says IOP on there. Control terminal. Yo, I like that like her sprite isn't like 10 times bigger. Because sometimes you do the bosses, right? Like, wasn't that the problem with like the Samus Ferris ringleaders? The Samus Ferris sprites, they're bigger than like the T-dolls. But here though, she's actually the same size as like all the other characters. Because I remember like the Samus Ferris ringleaders, like they have like big heads. They get like big heads and shit. Like they're just like different. Speaking of which, let's see. Once again, I am lazy, so like I'm just gonna like throw like the teams I already have, and then like I'll see how that works out. I don't want to bother having to make a custom team if I could just like wing it, basically. There we go. I don't want to have to make anything stupid, so let's just make something that I just send something I already have. I just want to get a feel for this fight. Oh, she's got shield. Okay. Oh! Ah, she makes like an earthquake. Ah, okay. I guess I need Yeah, she doesn't seem to be taking damage. I gotta look at that stage again. Oh, heavy. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. I gotta use Hawks. Alright. Heavy helipad. Oh, I get two. I get two heavy helipads. Oh. Let's look at them again. Ooh, 9! Oh, look at Opa Pasha. Yo, Opa Pasha has such a derpy face. Hey, look at that. Team Defy. What the heck? What? Oh. Okay, that's kind of weird. Like, it's like, it's wigging out. It's wigging out. It's kind of funny that, like, I'm actually taking the time to, like, look at the enemies this time. Because normally I don't. Normally, like, I just kind of, like, just crush it. And then, like, I'll lose horribly the first time. And then I'll just do it again. Like, that's usually, like, the fastest way, like, I kind of go through stages in games in general. Like, I typically don't even bother, like, trying to read even the objectives sometimes. It's just like, alright, here's the stage. And then, like, I just run into it. Sometimes, like, it backfires on me, because, like, sometimes, like, the entire game would be like, oh, go kill shit. And then, like, there'd be that, like, one mission where, like, you don't kill shit. It would be like, oh, like, just get to the exit. But then, like, I'm not going to the exit. I just keep killing shit. And then I'm wondering, like, why everything's, like, infinitely respawning. I like to just, like, rush. I like to, like, rush in head first, basically. Oh, I went back too far. Alright, so, like, I do need Hawks then. Alright, so... Like... And it, like, I have 2 heavy helipads, so that means, like, I could just use, like, whatever. So... If I do that, how different is the fight now? I don't want to have to make a special thing if I don't have to.
戦闘開始
Wait a minute. Oh, good. I wasn't sure if the fairy was on or not, because obviously my fairy's on. All right, no micro. I'm just gonna let it play out. I'm gonna see what happens.
仮砲戦闘開始
Oh, there's a shield. All right, now the shield's like, okay.
運命は自分の手で このお酒は今だ
Okay, I said no. All right, I said no micro, but then like I definitely noticed that like my girls like they're aiming for like fucking RPK, and then not aiming for the soldiers because the soldiers they spawn second, so like they need to like readjust their targeting. So yeah, I definitely need to do that first. Definitely gotta do that first. Gotta readjust their targeting. Oh wait, does she have infinite dudes? Oh, she's got infinite dudes.
今が天気こんなところ私が援護する
Infinite?
やはり足りません
Oh, he keeps summoning dudes.
援護する絶対するしかありませんしかし悔しいですね手加減はこのお酒了解
Oh, is she dead? Did I get her? Oh. Oh, I actually won. I mean, like, at the cost of, like, a couple casualties here and there. But, oh, I actually won, though. So that's without adjusting, like, any of my shit. That's without adjusting anything. I assume Sniper Fairy is just better than Airstrike Fairy here, so I'll just keep that the same. I only have like 2 5-star Sniper Fairies to give out also.
作戦開始
If I were to like give them to Sniper Fairies.
ここまでです戦場で引き下がるわけにはいきません
I don't think machine guns are good for this fight.
ここから先は通しません
I do not think machine guns are good for this fight. Probably not. Probably not. DP 12 seems like it's fine. I have Ford like on like manual, so she's doing like penetration thing. I wonder if I should put her like on a high damage mode instead. Oh wait, did I get her? Oh wait, is she dead? Oh, DP Trump dead. I didn't even notice DP Trump being dead. DP Trump had like full HP last time I looked at her. No! Hold the line, DP! Hold the line! Oh no, she's not dead. Oh, I got her. Now she's dead. Now she's dead. Oh shit! Oh. Okay, well this team kind of barely made it though. And that's without any micro, since like machine guns had like random targeting anyway. So it's not like I really need to micro them. Only 1 casualty. Only 1 casualty. I think I had like 2 casualties, like in the AR SMG team. Huh. Damage dealt. It looks like PKP did the most damage. PKP did the most damage. Cord right behind. And then MG4 a little bit afterwards. Sniper Fairy. Oh shit, Sniper Fairy did a shit ton of damage. Holy crap. Sniper Fairy did a lot of damage. I guess Sniper Fairy is technically the MVP here. Huh. So without making any adjustments to my team, they can kill her, as long as I bring in the 2 Hawks at least. Without making any adjustments. That works well for, like, my laziness. I think those are, like, the only 2 legitimate teams I have, because all my other slots are just, like, bullshit. I don't think my bullshit coalition slot's gonna do anything. But I want to see. I'm gonna see. Oh, so no Sniper Fairy. This is probably not gonna work out. I don't think Sana was equipped for this fight. And also, because the stage was made for Team Defy, I assume they want you to use AR SMG, right? I assume AR SMG is what this is supposed to be. It would be kind of dumb if, like, you couldn't use Team Defy for this fight. You have to use Team Defy, right? You have to. I must use the Parodius to fight the Parodius. Also, yeah, this is clearly not working. This is absolutely not working. But you go, Sana. You go. I don't think this is working. We are doing, like, no damage. I'm starting to think that Sniper Fairy really is the MVP. You need Sniper Fairy. Keep going, Sana. Keep going. You got this. You got this. Alright, the fucking swap. The Jaeger swap died. No more Jaeger swap. Oh, wait! Huh? Oh, we killed everything? Oh, this is different. So, like, this time I actually killed the mobs. So, like, all the mobs are dead. Just, I just gotta, like, unload on... Oh, is it because Sana's AoE? Is that why? So, like, Sana is, like, she's majorly AoE. So I guess that just killed all the Parodius creeps faster. So, she's got bad... Oh, there it is! There they are. I was like, where are they? I was like, where the fuck is everybody? That seemed way too early for there to be, like, no more dudes. I guess Sana being AoE, though, it does kind of, like, help clear out the fodder very fast. I suppose so. Although, like, my Manticores are definitely kind of dying pretty quick, though. And also, like, she's only at half HP right now. So we're definitely doing less single targeted damage. I think Sniper Fairy definitely helped out a lot. Yeah, all this AoE shit's not doing it. Or, like, if I could combine Sniper Fairy with the Coalition units, I'd be set, I think. Because Sniper Fairy purposely aims for, like, high HP enemies. And, of course, the boss. The boss has high HP, obviously. Oh, yeah, we're probably not going to live through this. Probably not. Also, Asana with the infinite ammunition. I just realized I really do have Sana, like, in the worst spot. I actually kind of want to restart this, but, like, I want to move Sana, like, up one or something. I wonder, like, if that would be better.
ロックオン。
What the? Oh, she can't move because she's shooting right now? There she is. Now she can move.
この一撃で消えるがいい。無駄なあがきはやめなさい。
Alright, let's see. Let's see how this works. I don't know, like, if having, like, the Jaeger alive, the swap Jaeger, like, will, like, affect anything. But, like, I am kind of curious if it does, so... I'm gonna try and keep the Jaeger alive for, like, as long as possible. To see, like, if that'll do anything. Dang, she can't move. Damn. Yeah, like, when she, like, goes into her, like, her ult, like, she kind of gets stuck. She can't move anymore. Yeah, she can't move. She can't move when she's shooting. So, like, that's, like, her weakness. That's, like, one of her weaknesses.
この剣があなたたちを切り裂く。
I don't know if any of the ringleaders would do better than Sana. I haven't even tried Dreamer, but I don't think she'd be good here. Taurus, Alina. Huh, I wonder if... Alright, so like, Sana's AoE is actually really good for getting rid of the fodder, but really bad for like fighting the boss. So like, I kind of wonder if like an Alina like backup thing might help out a bit. So like, I'm allowed 2 Hawks, but then like, I'll still have like, I could still have the option to like summon like, you know, coalition units. So I wonder if Alina would make any difference here. Because, like, Alina is kind of the same as Sniper Fairy. Like, Alina tends to aim at, like, high HP enemies. So I wonder if this will help. Wonder if this will help. I assume that, like, if you have, like, a T-Dog that has shields, you might be able to avoid, like, the rock thing. I assume. Also, it does kind of seem that, like, with the constant reinforcements, you might need to actually have to, like, keep on, like, readjusting, like everyone's aim, like with micro instead or something, since like they keep like coming out of nowhere. The fight seems to be going a little bit better for me now. Oh damn! I couldn't dodge that. Dodge the rocks! Dodge those rocks. I don't think I could dodge that in time. Yep, I dodged it. Oh, I managed to dodge in time. I'm actually taking the time to like dodge like the rocks and shit. I think this fight is taking longer than like me using T-Dolls or something because Sana like is just really bad for boss fights. Sana seems like she's a fodder killer.
この剣があなたたちを切り裂く
I mean, I did win. I did win eventually, but it didn't really seem efficient. Also, like, looking at the damage here, so, like, Alina as a Hawk, she seemed like she did the most damage. But that's because she was, like, shooting the boss the entire time. So, yeah. So, like, I don't know if Alina's good for that. She did get rid of the mobs, though. Alina did get rid of the mobs. But I don't know if there's someone I could use in place of Alina. Again, I haven't really tried out, like, the Halloween characters, but I don't think the Halloween characters were that good. I don't think they were. I have to give her, like, the fucking boot thing because, like, I had to simulate, like, what she'll actually have. I gotta give her, like, the thingy that she'll probably have in battle. Because I'm gonna... Alina and Alina. I could do that. I could use Alina and Alina. I could do both at once. Usually, like, Alina kills herself because she's melee, so I don't know how this will work. Yo, like, this shit's not canon, right? Like, it's just so funny to think about, like, the Nightos in swimsuits. That shit's not canon. There's no way that's canon. Shit, does she have, like, a low cooldown? That's fast. I don't think she's really doing that much damage, though. I don't think she's doing anything. She is dying, though. She's definitely dying. She's taking all the damage, basically. I don't know what the fish does. There's a fucking fish there. I never read her skills. I've literally, like, never read her skills. I don't know what that does. Shit, she got hit. I was trying to dodge the rock thing. Yeah, she's not. I don't think she's doing any damage. Nope. I don't think melee works here. There actually is, like, a use for melee in this game, though, because, like, some of the bosses weren't made for melee. So, like, I think Yigor is one of them. I think the Yigor fight you could actually trivialize with the melee character because, like, he's made to shoot, like, far distances. So if you melee him, he can't shoot you. I think if I remember the Yigor fight correctly. There's a couple bosses where, like, you could just melee them and, like, they can't touch you. There's definitely a couple bosses like that. I literally have no idea how Narcissus works. What do you do? What do you even... I actually don't know how she works. What do you do? What do you do? Oh, not that. So, like, so far, Sana can eventually kill her. I mean, Sana takes a while, but she'll get there, though. Oh! That's kind of cool. Oh! That's kind of cool. Oh, that's kind of cool, too. She got some pretty nifty moves. I kind of like the sound effects. She does seem like she doesn't get hurt when she's in the middle of, like, her ultimate. But then she gets hurt afterwards, though. And boy, oh boy, she's taking a lot of damage. Yeah, that's probably not gonna work. Sorry, girl. I don't think you were made for that fight. Yeah, like, I'm just going to assume that, like, they really want you to use AR SMG because, you know, Team Defy is assault rifles. I assume that's what they want you to do for the fight. And my janky ass AR SMG team worked out pretty well. So, like, the only reason, like, why my default team has K5 in it is mostly because of exploration. I think I have it for Gaia specifically. I think I do because, like, Gaia's ultimate skill like damages the whole field. So, like, I would use K5's like skill manually and just like time it. I put the shield up and then that way. Actually, it's not just Gaia. A majority of the exploration bosses, like, they just do like one huge like damage thing like in like a second. And K5 shield is like a second, so I just like pop the shield like whenever, and then just win basically. That's usually what I did before. Anyway, I'm going to save the RPK fight for the next stream because I feel like I'm probably gonna do that stage a couple times, probably, and I feel like it'll take me a while, and I'm getting kind of hungry right now. So I'm going to go get myself something to eat for dinner. So I'll see y'all later, and we'll come back with bashing RPK's face in. We're gonna screw Embla up. I'll get you, Embla. I'll get you, RPK. So thanks, guys, for hanging out for the Friday stream. I will see you for the Saturday stream with more Girls Frontline read-along. So